Alrighty, a reminder that Saturday, myself and Miss Morrigan Nightshade shall be starting the next in our Senior Detectives Let's Play series. We will be playing Bear With Me, a point-and-click adventure about a noir teddy bear. Alright. But for now, we return to surprise sports ball game, Pyre. So, hello and welcome back to the Blobber Players Pyre. Yeah, we're up to sequence 3. Who shall be freed next? You accompany Jadariel as she scours through the thick underbrush in the Needlefield. She never speaks and remains focused on the task, until at last something catches her eye. Look here. Such life seldom takes root in this habitat. She hands you the fresh-plucked specimen for safekeeping. Okay, it's actually fairly valuable. Onwards to the Glade of Liu. We could sell our new mushroom thing. Aw, he misses Ruki. He was one of my favorite customers. Yeah, I guess that'd be good in really, really low victory condition situations. No, I think we just grab a whole bunch of these. And we're poor. And we'll use them on the, we get stuff back one. This one. Ooh. Starduster. Achievement unlocked. Upgrade a talisman to rank 20. But where did it go? Oh, okay, no, it's just yellow. Oh, and there is no more. Rank 20 is as good as it gets. I see. So we kind of bought all of these for nothing. Oh well. Oh well, oh well. And it looks like she's the one leaving next. So I guess I'll boost yours. Or hers? Because we're going to have her the longest? Yeah, you know what, we'll do hers. And you. If there's a 3, we'd love it, but oh well. What do you want? You find Pamitha by herself again, though her expression has grown darker than her custom. Leave me be, would you? I'm trying to get a good and proper moping done here, and you're distracting me. Leave me be, leave me blee. You don't want to know what's lurking in my heart or mind. What's there isn't pretty. Something about her thought process is different. You know that with her conditioning, she can resist your scrutiny. But now her thoughts are bare to you. Well, she said leave her be, I'm happy to leave her be. Thoughts are loathsome things. It's difficult to know how best to hide them. Mine are plain enough for you to see. I know by now why I'm in this mess with all of you. You could say I lacked Tamitha's sense of commitment and zeal. She lives only to see your nation overthrown. Or something worse if she could have her way. Centuries of conflict can be quite emboldening, especially when one's sister's leading cause of death is Commonwealth-forged steel. Wielded with the utmost of mercy. Well, I had little patience for the senselessness of it. I became a bit of a pariah, I suppose. I knew Tamitha was going to get herself and others killed, so when she was to fly out on this big mission of hers, I had other arrangements made. But after she was caught, your people did not exactly uphold their end of the bargain. I knew there were risks, and yet a chance is still a chance. She was clipped, cast down. A mercy, they called it, though I don't see it that way. And in my growing protests of her treatment, I soon followed. I haven't decided if I regret my actions, though I do seek her forgiveness and wish that she could see my thoughts for what they are, as you can. Then she might realize that our nation's people might have more in common than she knows. Sometimes I wonder which is stupider. And the book has more? In the words of Luce Glorian, the 100 Minds, the scholar, never have I witnessed an affront to nature, mine and everyone's, quite like the poisoned woods of limbless Arazek, the root titan, in his suffocating influence. I leave it to the boastful Underking to tell you more of his vanquishing, whilst I may tell you something of the glade that he protected, which became my own, for my own genealogy now occupies the soil there and strives forevermore to prevent them from taking root again. The brambles of the glade, Happy New Year, VGF, are constantly encroaching on themselves, then falling once again to dust. This miraculous cycle, reflected in the starlight, piercing through the canopy, needs to be witnessed whenever the stars invite an audience. Okay. Typically, Jadariel is among the first to start making preparations for the rites. Just as soon as you arrive, amid these places, such as the gnarled roots of the Glade of Liu. However, she does not currently assist the others, or even don her raiment. Your concern is noted, but is misplaced. It is only that the one we are to face is Ignarius. We denied his liberty before. It seems almost cruel to set him further back, and yet I care. It is simply that I seldom see those with features similar to mine who have survived here long enough to earn their horns. I shall go now to prepare. Do we want any bonusy things? There's another one now for this. Faster enemies? But it's not worth that much more than this one. This one is still our best one.
The much-vaunted reader has returned, and it would appear his ranks grow stronger. Consorting with the bog-crone Bertrude, are we? How very strange that you befriended her. At any rate, your adversaries in this rite shall be the Tempers. Put out their flame and walk the path to liberty.
Hey, if it isn't Curlyhorn. Surprised they didn't let you out already. Not that I'm complaining, I was hoping to run into you again. When you've been stuck here for 14 years, not that I'm counting or anything, you gain some appreciation for the little stuff. Booze, a solid meal. It's good to see you in one piece. Jadariel removes her mask and stares at him. G'day, biggest. Welcome, welcome. Why are you doing this? We have a rite conduct. Yeah, I've conducted a lot, you know. Fat lot of good it's done me. And yet here you are. Yeah, anyway. Guess we better get things started. We've got a reputation to uphold. Hold a moment, reader. The crone Bertrude slivers forth, wearing the raiments for the rites. Now that Bertrude is among our ranks, it would be best if you became familiar with her repertoire. Though you have no obligation to use her abilities, of course. Could you please show something of your aptitude? We expect thou shalt soon inclined to bring our sorceries to bear. Long have we studied the rites, let us show thee what we know of them thus far.
The bog-crone Bertrude shows herself in full. Though I have to wonder what became of her accomplices. Of one accomplice in particular.
It's a very long jump.
Her,
that's a lot longer than most normal jumps.
Into exile without sufficient cause.
Yeah, she has sprint. The sprint is... It's got a really long startup. Like, you don't start sprinting at full speed right away. Ooh, and she does a fan attack. So instead of a long, thin attack, she is all about fan attack. Now then, know that our freedom is of little consequence. We side with you because of Sandalwood and his plan. We will aid you in the rites, we will aid you in the plan. We are at thy disposal and await your bidding. Our adversary, Ignarius, his heart is not with this. Should we prevail against... We should prevail without difficulty.
Who shall conduct this rite?
Okay, what do they got? He deals big damage, he has big presence, he's terribly slow, and he comes back mediumly quickly. He has 3 boosties. Why does he get a talisman that's higher rank than we're allowed? Boo! Well, they also have a lizard snake lady. If she's behind, she deals more damage. Slithers more. And little doggo? So they got 2 heavies. And then 1 speedy. One of her, and her speedy one can revive the dead. Okay, and then who do we want? We should use her. I want to use him.
Head in.
That should probably be her.
Very well.
Alright. Let's go.
Commence. My goodness. You have it.
Zoom, come on, zoom.
The night
Okay.
wings are the first to strike.
Damn it, you got us good already. Come on, the fun's just getting started. Well, that did not do what I wanted. Although 2 out of 3 dead is...
Vanished.
Except that...
Most
Too slow, yep. Victory!
plunged into their fire. Glorious.
Zoom! Yes! Hurt and heal?
I wonder, shall the Nightwings press their luck?
I got greedy, fair enough.
A shameful outcome. Tis taken.
Oh, come on, I hit flap. Zoom. Well done by them, though.
Law against throwing in the
Good, well attacked enemy.
Oh,
What the hell?
quite an exchange.
Oh, come on. There we go. Flap to victory.
Sacred law. Too bad. Pathetic. A decisive blow.
Ow.
Perhaps you are unworthy. Oh, you
Bull.
thing. All of the tempers gone.
Okay. Dunk.
Edwin doused the adversary's flames.
One more and we win?
Now go on just once more. The orb is up.
Too slow. Oh, come on, I hit flap.
Where did the Nightwings go?
Boo, I hit flap.
Such a display. Your pyre shall shall soon be ashes on the ground. Good.
Flap, dunk, win.
It is done. The Nightwings prevail. May their next adversaries fare a little better.
Lots of level ups for
Thus
Bertrude.
end this night's proceedings.
Well, Curly Horns, what can I tell you? You've still got spring in your step. You could have prevailed. Why do you hold back? Ha ha ha, you really want to know? Indulge me. You want your freedom tonight. She scoffs at this and dons her mask. Then she turns and walks away without another word. He just stands and stares.
Boundless are the teachings of the scribes.
Okay, Hedwyn gets a level up. Do we want... He moves team-wide move quicker. Or banish for longer. No, I like moving more.
Witness the rites firsthand and be inspired.
Level up.
The ancient crone called Bertrude.
Thus does our grasp of ancient sorceries grow yet stronger. Okay, let's look at her things. She catches back up more. Wider AoE on her attack. Attack faster. If you're behind, the enemy can't win as hard. Or, if you're ahead, win more. Pounce equals can dash again. Dash more. Transform an enemy into a howler? That's kind of amazing, and I just want to see that.
The secrets of the wild.
I don't necessarily think it's good, but I'm intrigued.
Until the stars align.
Damn. Someone's there, sneaking around. Show yourself. She stands there for a moment, saying nothing. This was a mistake. She leaves him as soon as he arrives. Hold up, Curly Horns. Wait. Ignarius just shakes his head, for there is little else for him here in the downside. He waits, though not for very long. After thwarting the Tempers in a narrow victory, you return to the wagon and find Volfred, the lone minstrel, in the midst of conversation. Most strange this one star should be illuminated. It's not what I expected. Nor I, Volfred, sir. And then Volfred notices you. Reader, Tariq and I have observed a strange occurrence in the night's sky. It appears that the star of Kahailma Ropecaller is illuminated. It is but another star, except our models and predictions of the cosmos didn't anticipate this. Go see for yourself. I'll make the wagon ready. The wagon ready. And we are summoned to the Isle of Kalimia, deep within the Deathless Tempest. Have you been there before? Long ago, I scarce recall it. Only its smell. It is the place from whence the creatures native to this land spring forth. Let's not concern ourselves with superstitions. We'll set forth at dawn. And who wants to talk? Snake Lady, and the book has some lore for us. In the words of Haub the Swallow, the accursed, Myr, the Hornwand, formed the Tempers upon his own ideals. Ingrained in this triumvirate are basic truths about the dual roles of strength and gentleness. The Horned One, he had a dualistic nature for as long as he and I considered each a friend. The stories I told about Myr's youth describe no one I know. All of us are capable of more. I was once an imp that would not write. Myr once was a man that could not think. The Tempers were once ordinary folk. Now they rise to creatures, always striving, never overreaching. They are not like Myr himself, rather they are what Myr wished he could be. You find Bertrude asleep or perhaps in a trance. You sense nothing from her. Hedwyn notices and joins you to check on her. I haven't seen her like this before. She's barely breathing. He looks in for a close response when... Halt thy advance, knave. Dare thee disturb our slumber? I'm sorry. We thought... Well, we were making sure you were all right. Because of how you were, and how did thou see us? Well, you appeared to be dormant. Did you think that I had perished here, perchance? Crumpled over in our ancient age, a weakling barely clinging to this wretched coil? No, I mean, well, maybe. I apologize for having disturbed you. I know this must be an adjustment having to be around someone like me. Maybe the others too. If there's anything we could do to make your stay more comfortable... We shall not yield to your flirtations. Flirtations? Wait, no. Know that our heart belongs already to another. You know nothing of our ways, whilst waking or in dreams. We advise ample caution in thy future interactions, lest we use thee as a subject for our sorceries. But we do appreciate your flattery. Your advances make us feel like a young tad once more. We were among the most sought after of our kind within the southern bogs. Wisely, Hedwyn remains silent. You are free to depart, boy. He turns to leave, but know that we appreciate your time, taking the time to check upon us whilst we dreamed. And know that our stay amongst ye has been comfortable enough thus far. Thank you, Bertrude. You're welcome, boy. Despite the oddness of the exchange, you sense that Hedwyn and Bertrude have gained a better understanding of each other. Zoomy mode. No. Volford joins you as you soar high above the storm-ravaged waters and approach the infamous Isle of Claymore. Among its cursed qualities, it seems this wretched storm means I cannot rightly smoke. One of the downside's small misfortunes. The wagon imps don't seem to mind. They seem more animated now than ever. Perhaps they feel a connection to this place. Tariq, do you suppose the accusers were able to make it here intact? They ought to have seen the stars, though we will know for certain soon. We shall. Please take us, reader. So do we want... Bay senses the 8 scribes, or... money? You see, this sounds like a blessing, and the blessings tend to be impermanent, so we're actually going to go for the money thing. Money is forever. You make landing with the Deathless Tempest far west of where you first breached through to the shores beyond. You wonder which sort of celestial landmark lies hidden amongst the waters. Though for now you have some time left before continuing onwards. A tiny tempest. And we now know slightly more about Pamitha. Her crime was conspiracy and her motive was insurrection. The book also has more. The words of Molten Milth, the Wild Witch. We waited for the Deathless Tempest to subside. We waited, but the Underking, He just laughed and laughed, for the deathless tempest doesn't subside. What lies beneath the stretch of sea to cause such an upheaval? It is best left to myth and speculation. We make passage, nonetheless, through sorcerous aid and fortune, scarce seeing the surrounding environs. We did detect a landform to the west. Solium Mur detected there the presence of the treacherous aide who lured him into exile, and then followed him in turn. Mur, in his wisdom, thought it best to be avoided. At last we arrived on distant lands, though seeing them provided little comfort. You are surveying the horizon amid the tumultuous waters of Barb Reef when Sir Gilman springs forth, commanding your attention. Hark, Master Reader. By this night's keen eye, he has spotted something in the depths. He plunges into the waters and soon re-emerges. A veritable boon for the glory of the Nightwings. 77 money item. Also, he wants to talk. Master Reader, the knight is so engulfed in memories of the Sea Dominion he failed to detect your stealthy advance. Splendidly done. This knight would have been vanquished by you easily. It is fortunate to have you as an ally rather than a foe. His kind routinely clambers from the depths of the Sea Dominion to seek greater glory and perhaps a slightly longer life expectancy within your commonwealth. Such an honor it would be to be assigned the rank of knight and conscripted into the front lines of the Commonwealth against their vicious winged enemies. In the Sea Dominion, it is our ultimate goal to fight our way to the surface, past our brethren, past the Raveser Reefs, the Strangle Keep, the Snaggle Fins, that prey upon our kind. He continues listing undersea dangers and terrors for quite some time. Finally, he trails off. Yet even despite the myriad challenges of living in the Sea Dominion, it is each would-be Worm Knight's duty to abandon that place at his or her soonest convenience. How humorous it is to learn the life within the Commonwealth has quite a bit in common with our undersea existence. It's not all pomp and glory as the stories tell. Perhaps it is our lot as Worm Knights to bring strife with us wherever we go. For even here it seems our kind is pitted against our brethren and others. Oh well, it is fortunate that this knight found within this place so fine a company as yours. It is a most different change of pace to strive toward a common purpose. To strive towards a common purpose rather than strive constantly to outperform each other in self-gain, although to an extent we are competing still. This knight shall ever strive to take the lead, make no mistake of that. I was born to be the best, just like all the billions like him. Now he's off to steal himself. Your pardon. And he scoots off somewhere to continue his training regimen. He gains temporary speediness for one fight. The Isle of Xalma. A messenger imp with news and rumours from the other side comes huffing towards your wagon. You let it in and offer it some light refreshment, just as Ruki would have done. The imp's message turns out to be from him. You learn his past transgressions have been forgiven since he returned to the Commonwealth. He was even offered a well-appointed home and a place of business. It must have represented the kind of lavish lifestyle he always claimed to have had for himself and his extended family. Eventually and reluctantly, however, he refused the gifts and tracked down Volfred's agent, gave them the information and emboldened their ranks. The last bit of the message sounds as though it was transcribed, word for word, from something Ruki would have said. It simply reads, "The rest of you better get here soon, or else." You thank the messenger imp for the report. Soon it has all of your companions talking. We understand this Rookie holds no small degree of influence among his kind. Ah, the noble Rookie. He sets a shining example for us all. The days weren't quite so bright without him, though it sounds like he's doing well. Hard to believe he could have turned down that kind of luxury. Though perhaps he got used to it out here. It seems that he has a conscience after all. Don't you think he must be sad to have turned down a house? I hope he isn't sad. The news of Rookie's liberation fills you and the fellow exiles with a newfound sense of resolve. The messenger imp accepts some scraps to eat and then rushes off. Party-wide hope buff. Your wagon shudders to a halt at the Isle of Kaelma. Bizarre outcroppings give it a forbidding feeling. In the distance, you hear the odd gibbering noises that sound like drive imps. No, we should sell our new thing. How are you guys doing? You're the best customers I got. He reveals to us a jeweled band, a stat up ring, and they are also a pair. They're supposed to go to a pair of lovebirds, though anyone can probably use them. You could buy them off of me. They are hideously expensive. No, those got more expensive. I think we leave them alone for a bit. Visit again. The law book has more for us. The Isle of Kaelma. The traitorous Kael Mirian rope caller. Whereas he brought about our empire's fall, whereas he nearly claimed the life of our dear Salam, we forgive them. We have forgiven them, we forgive a certain, and we even give a certain thanks to them. For he has played a vital part in the Star's plan. If not for him, then we, the Eight, would never have aligned. We never found the rope caller. He fled into the sea towards an island which we know too well, and which we avoid. 'Twas there, we think, that his tattered mantle finally did him in, among the wild imps. Should the stars ever converge above the isle, it shall be to signify their long dance across the sky is drawing to a close. Jadariel seems more reserved even than usual since her confrontation with Ignarius and the Tempers. Nevertheless, she addresses you. Back where you came from, did you have someone who you considered close? There's no one. You told Jadariel that nobody was close enough to be worth mentioning. She shows no reaction, but you can tell that she is listening. I see, a solitary life as well, I led. Though for a time I did have someone. It's something which didn't end well, but there were times. We had our times. Ignarius, he is a base fool. We have nothing in common except that we have horns, and yet here I am drawing comparisons with how I felt at times back in the Commonwealth while speaking to you of him. I'm a little old to be having these thoughts, especially in a place like this. Thank you for your time. Don't mention this to the others. It's a trifling matter and shouldn't be of any concern. You admit, not without some degree of difficulty, that you have grown to care for her, and you understand how Ignarius might feel the same. You knew from the first that you had never met anyone like her, but you could never have surmised the degree to which this turned out to be true. She says nothing. Brave of you to say such flattery. In turn, and as this conversation demonstrates, I have come to value your kinship. But we have a boundary to draw there, for a number of reasons. I know I'm not being delicate, but you and I both understand. Please forgive me. I care for you and I'm grateful that you care for me. You sense her mood darken for a moment, not because of anything you said, but because of how she knows she made you feel. Okay. You stand before the bizarre outcroppings of the Isle of Kaelma. The sky darkens, and in the distance you hear the sound of gibbering creatures. It's an unnerving sound that causes your fellow exiles to remain quiet. Their eyes are fixed to the stars above. Soon, something in the sky begins to stir. We have another one.
Lord Gandroth.
But it's also only an extra 3%. Doesn't seem worthwhile.
A glorious eve to you as ever, O you exiles of the Nightwings. The 8 scribes dragged you all the way into the blasphemous Isle of Kaelma. Here you are to be surrounded by even more gibbering nitwits than usual. Your
Savage.
adversaries in the coming right shall be the accusers. Extinguish now their pyre, and glory shall be yours. Now prepare yourselves. Son.
You. We are ready for you, Nightwings. Come, let us crush them quickly.
Now let us begin.
Okay. We should, in one sense, use her, because she has bonus experience. We should use you for the same. You, not her, but also, yes, Bertrude again. I really do like his speediness. In any case, not you. Yeah, maybe some more money, but 1 money is also kind of not very good. Yeah, it's not worth using. We're better off grabbing one of these other things. More speediness, why not? And her bonus is fine as is. Secondary guys have all of their bonuses, which is a bit oof. Ooh, and they stay in the lead. Okay. So we think Rookie, probably Jadariel, and Bertrude.
Sir Gilman.
Not Rookie, Gilman, my bad.
Jodariel. Bertrude.
We await the rite's commencement. Come then, we have prepared for you. Our struggles and our plan. Mere entertainment to these creatures. The imps of the Isle are passionate about the rites. They offered a bounty in soul if our triumvirate proves worthy. Where did they get it from? My understanding is they wish to perform They wish us to see us perform feats of glory. And well, who's to say how much soul lies beneath the sea? It might benefit us. Do you decide to entertain these creatures?
Now begin.
No.
A favorable start. You have it.
Bugger. Bull.
Your demon is banished.
Bull, I hit.
Now there's a proper dousing.
God, big hit.
Woe is you.
That's really awkward.
Crushing blow against your pyre.
As was that.
Someone there rose to the occasion. Simply abhorrent.
Yeah, that's bull that he gets to multi-attack like that.
Yes. Sub-Zeal.
Come on. Oh, bull.
Vanished.
Okay, dunk.
Word thus to greater glory.
And recover a little bit.
Twas almost cruel.
Okay, and they're all dead. Go. Bull, you shouldn't have come back that quickly.
Oh.
Bull, that should have dunked them.
And it is done.
And we have our first loss.
Prevail. Accomplished effortlessly, I might add.
It was. It was a
Perhaps your
solid
fortune
win.
shall be better next time.
You've experienced your first defeat, but this is not the end. It is an opportunity. Sir Gilman learned a valuable lesson. So too has Jadariel. And Bertrude is the same. She has gained more insight here. Your fellow exiles all gain enlightenment, and learn and grow from what has transpired. And your story will continue. The choice of whether to accept such outcomes now and all throughout the quest is to be yours alone. May you savor the taste of bitter defeat that we prepared for you. And know that this is only the beginning. We'll soon meet atop Mount Elodiel. I bid you rest. It is we who ought to be angry, rather than our ill-tempered opponents. I ought to wring his neck.
What stirs now in the hearts of all these exiles?
I assumed you wouldn't get the experience if you lost.
Bertrude's lust for knowledge becomes manifest.
The strange designs of the 8 scribes, their everlasting sorceries, are strong in the land, and we will make further use of them.
Until the next right.
You and your exiles were defeated. The bard leaves you alone. Bertrude seems to be unwell, though you cannot sense why. We are weary. We fear that we have taken ill, for ours is a strength not easily suppressed. Then don't overexert yourself. Bertrude appears disoriented and fatigued. Reported feeling not entirely present. Symptoms of banishment sickness. You should soon be able to take part in light activities, I think, but under no circumstance should you be able to conduct the next rite. I ought not to keep you from the stars above. Go have a look at them. Okay, we can pick Haub, Gaul, or Trieste. Which means we will face the Fish People, Plant Man, or Dog Man. What are their current ratings? Dog Man is the strongest, so we'll go to Dog Man. But Baker Ashpaws and his dissidents are a disgrace to the traditions of the rites. They care not for the path and only the glory. Barker Ashpaw, the volatile cur whose pack the dissidents conduct the rites more for the thrill than for freedom. Back on the other side, he never quite took to the culture of the Commonwealth and often ran afoul of the laws for various acts of boorishness and vandalism. He was always promising to go straight, and in time he found a certain niche, for he was an accomplished hunter. And the people of the Commonwealth did have an appetite. Barker relished the hunt more than anything, and spent his earnings on a variety of questionable things. During a particularly raucous evening, he was caught relieving himself on the foot of the statue of the Archjustice, and that was the end of his citizenship. In the downside, he caught the notice of the dissidents, who observed his speed, ferocity, and fearlessness, and he became the best of them. His reputation grew among the exiled curs of the Jamur Valley, where he is feared and unafraid of taking what he wants. To think that the Commonwealth's attempt to punish him afforded him more freedom than he ever had. But it's late. Good night, my boy. You wish Volfred a westful evening. It is too late to take flight, though tomorrow you can press on. My friend, come join me, and Jadariel. We were not doing anything specific. Not entirely accurate. She produces a bottle. I still can't believe you got a hold of that. I have my ways. She opens the bottle and pours several glasses. Now what to toast to? I've got an idea. Yeah, to friendship is fine. Giving thanks to them for putting their faith in you. You know all too well where you would be if not for them. Life takes strange turns, and for some of them you are grateful. Damn right, my friend, I'll drink to that, and so they do. The bit of revelry is all too brief, and afterwards you feel as though a burden was lifted from your shoulders. Good evening to the both of you. You go your separate ways. Okay, zoomy zoomy. Meow. How dare you, Nightwing scum? You cannot intimidate the accusers. We will face you soon enough in the forthcoming rite. We have another pack of fools whom to vanquish now. Stay out of our way. Okay. Do we want money or Stardust? We'll go for money. You make a landing in the Downside Prairie, near the southern edge of the Downside. Memories of having first met Hedwyn, Jadariel, and Ruki come flooding back. You have some time in the vicinity before heading towards the Ridge of Gold. You search for some valuables. Oh, you've found something. Fertile soil. And then Bay wants to talk. She's talking to the wagon's walls again, though something seems to have come over her. Little brother, what is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? You're unsure if to check on her or leave her be. I'll trust her. You sense not to interrupt. They always said that there was something wrong with me, but they wouldn't tell me what it was. They said I was moon-touched, but so what? And then the scribes called me here. The ones who brought me here, not those people. They're cruel, always so cruel. I didn't have a little brother at the time, no one that I recall, though. So much of it back then, I can't tell how much. I dreamt most of it. I didn't want it to be true. But I remember that they threw me out. They decided to throw me out and let the scribes take care of me. They said that the scribes would take care of me. It was so very quiet here, and I was all alone again. Although I think I liked it more, being alone, than being alone here rather than being alone there. Everyone's alone down here, and somehow that seems less alone. Back there, why, I would sometimes see families, blah 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 blah, but here there's hardly anyone. But I knew I was closer to the scribes. I know that they're in the sky above, and I searched for them. And one night I found them. I saw the stars, and they were falling to the ground, and I thought, why is it, the scribes themselves are crying? Are they sad? Are they sad for me? That's when I first saw you, little brother. With your help, I get closer to the scribes. Maybe they could answer my questions, don't you think? I'm very glad I found you and the others. I'm finally not alone, and more importantly, I think sometimes I even feel that way, that I'm not alone. Maybe as we get closer, maybe I will get to feel that way more often, being here or being anywhere with you and all my friends. She falls silent, and though you're concerned, you sense that she is now at peace. You now have a better understanding of her. And Book says, the downside of Prairie, in the words of Molten Milth, the Wild Witch. The downside is connected to our realm via a single artery, the river named for our prestigious sap scolied Lu Sklorian. That river gushes into seeming nothingness. The seeming nothingness turns out, of course, to be the downside. Its existence undermines thousands of years of thought about the composition of the world. The downside's southern edge we call the Sandfolds. It is a desecrated wasteland, speaking well to the land's lack of hospitality. Here, the strength of many who survive the river journey finally fails. If only they could clamber further north, where lies the verdant downside prairie. It is a better place to perish, to be sure. And there are now downside clinger fruit. Okay. Onwards to the ridge. Bell. What are you guys doing back here? I've got some pretty good stuff. You should check it out. It's not very valuable, but okay. And what was the other thing we picked up? This thing, fertile soil. These are getting really expensive. You know what? Let's grab the rings. So it's +2 to everything except glory. So speed, how quickly you come back, and aura size. Giving her even more aura size could be really good. We lost that last fight in significant part because the other demons had slightly more aura than her. And who are we going to use? Looks like we should use Bertrude. And Bay. And Pamatha? Well, I think we'll give you the dunk thing. Though it's hard to dunk with you. So maybe I give that to her. And we give the AoE... Where did it go? We give you the killing thing, and we give her the dunk thing. Okay. As you wait the stars, a form dressed in the raiments of the rites approaches you. You at first presume it's one of your adversaries, but he cannot be one of them. Besides you, Volfred starts, something you've never seen him do. You observe the colours that he wears, an inverse of the Nightwings. Volfred Sandalwood, it's been a while. This cannot be. The demon unfastens his mask. Oh, it can. But you perished. I watched you fall. You did. I grieved for years, and yet now you live. I do. Although these horns, they grew long before I could walk again. Unbelievable. Why are you here now, Oralek? You know well to reclaim what is mine. He leaves without another word, just as the stars above burst to light. No, I don't think there's much reason to do the others when they only add 3.
Reader, what lunacy is this? 'Twould appear the Nightwings are to stand against themselves this time around.
Oh?
This is a mutiny, in violation of the sacred law. The exile whom you face, Oralek. Long ago he had his chance, and he relinquished it. He cannot simply claim it now, and I cannot preside over this nonsense.
Then don't? What happened to the dissidents? The stars showed we were to face them. They have suffered a misfortune. Tampering with the stars' design is not permitted. Cheating the worthy of their rightful liberty isn't permitted either, Volfred. You must know I took no part in the betrayal. Search your heart. He says nothing for a time, and then, where are your raiments? I refuse to wear them in show of solidarity to you. And you elude the voice. Oh, and to elude the voice, I would suppose. Yes, that as well. You were never very good at this anyway. We will see if that new lot of yours is any better. You can't be serious. What sense is there in us standing against each other? And they put on their mask. I shall crush this lot of yours. You will see that I am not so easily discarded, and you shall not deny my liberty again. Okay, Suicide Imp, fast thing. The adversary who we face, he is not one to back down. He's experienced in the rites, even at the time, and so beware. There was no one in the day who could prevail against him, and he appears stronger now. I only wish I had foreseen this. Okay, can we get more aura than him? 40. I do not think we can get 40. No matter who we pick. Yeah, his aura is absurd. And he has balanced person and suicide imp. Okay, supposedly it should be you. And her. And him. He's our adversary, let's put out his pyre. Come, my Nightwings. Good lord. Bull, that looked like it was going to hit you. Brent. Bull. Go. Okay, sprint, 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 sprint. Throw. That's aggravating. Multiple mutually assured destructions. Okay, sprint. Ugh. Bull. Bull. Oh, stop it with the extremely quick attacks. They just have so much aura space. Blah, blah, blah. Why must you turn against me? No. Flap. Bull. Dunk. Sprint. Bull. Kill. Oh, I pressed spacebar to swap character. And it didn't swap to girl. Gah. Yeah, I'm so sick of your fast attacks. Okay. Finally. Okay. Modest damage and some healing. Yeah, my memory's okay. Not as good as it used to be, sadly. Good lord, that guy is good at throwing. What? I used attack! You should be super dead! Okay, flap, 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 dunk. Pull. Okay. Win. Come on. Dunk. We need one more. Flap. Pull. Flap. Oh. Oh. GG. Well, all I can say is it feels like the game has gotten suddenly and noticeably harder. You are only the Nightwings in names. All of this is a stain upon the legacy of the scribes. Forgive me. Yeah, I think we'll be turning off the extra, make the enemies extra difficulty thing. It's not worth it now. Aurelect has changed. He scarce resembles the one who I used to travel with. I'm afraid so. I can only begin to imagine what he has been through all these years. As you can see, Aurelect and I, we have some years in common. A story for another day. I need some time to look at how all this affects the plan. He's a principled person. His freedom was denied him just when it was within his grasp. A doleful tale. Volfred shall tell you more of him in due time, I have no doubt. For now, it seems the stars beseech you once again outside. Time for the final fight for this sequence. At our only 2 losses. Well, who are we up against? In theory, it should be Doggo. Once more. Our plan proceeds apace. We need to make good on all the opportunities the stars present. Then our ranks within the Commonwealth will grow strong enough, and we will sway the people to our cause. But the people have their hearts and consciences, and the Commonwealth has long since lost its way. Never-ending war with the High-Wing remnants, the passing of more exiles into sentence than ever before, for increasingly dubious causes, the burning of books, the outlawing of literacy, these are corruptions of the teachings of the scribes, and we will prove so soon enough. But Volfred, sir, what of Orlek? He has no response. He appears to have his own agenda. We'll try and keep an eye on him. Our plan remains the same. Let's rest up for now. We'll fly at dawn. Come on, hurry up. I really don't see why they don't just give you an actual fast travel system for this. It's pointless busy work making you fly around like this. Okay, do we want a temporary blessing or a temporary blessing? Can I not pick anything else? No, we cannot. Well, we'll go with Jadariel's one. You land amid the great heights of Mount Alodiel. Our third ascent. My agents in the Commonwealth report that our plan is proceeding. Let us strive to once again liberate once of ours. The Beyonder Crystal wants us to power up Bertrude. Alright, we'll try and find out what her special thing is. What do you need of us? Grumpy woman does her usual thing of, these are my rules now, obey me. You've come, crone, how very eloquent. I trust you'll have little trouble here with the benefit of your more communicative friend. Now come. Win? That was pretty good. She can big jump. Oh, well, but she's out-auraed. Good lord, those things are unpleasant. Oh, come on, I tapped W. Boo! Hail, Nuxart. G'day, g'day. Nope. The title says this game, Nuxart. It's not hard to read. Okay. No, what you want to do is nag impolitely, which is a bit rude, honestly. And not something that you should do. And see, you do so immediately. No. No, this is action basketball, kind of. Ball. There's no way we come back in time. Oh, that was so close to not being in time. Yeah. Lose. A contemptible result. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, we'll try once more, but this one doesn't really seem fair. The enemies have unreasonably large aura. There's 3 of them to 1 of us. Like, we are both slower, have less aura, and have shorter range attacks than the enemy. If there was only 1 of them, it might be reasonable to do, but because there's 3 of them, it's... We only won that by tricking them into the little loopy bit that they couldn't move through. Bull! We were walking on top of them. Bull! Yeah, I don't think this one is reasonable either. One more. Oh, come on. 3 off. No, I hit jump. Boo. Yeah, I'll give it one more. I still don't think it's reasonable, though. Try banishing your exiles. Yeah, try banishing your enemies. Well, the enemies have bigger aura than us and longer range attacks. And are faster. How did that not kill the worm? Yeah, that's better. No. They waited out the initial guy's banishing. Just... There. Use Bertrude to deal 200 damage. Achievement unlocked. No. Well, at least I got him back, but it doesn't matter because then they score. So instead the worm is gone. Okay. Throw. Or don't throw. He'll get there within time. 2, 1. Maybe not. Okay. Get rid of you. That's frustrating. Okay. Oh, bull! That so was a thrown shot. Boo! No! Get out of the way of his stupidly long-range attack. Okay. A simple yes, simple. Undeserving to be called a challenge. I ought to fail you for gloating. These are not my rules, and your performance was sufficient. Goodbye. Okay, we earned her unique item. Is it any good? Good riddance to her. What trinket did she give us? Her attack can go... That would have been so useful if we had have had that earlier. Her attack now goes through solid objects. That kind of makes up for its shitty range. The downside travels. Bookworm, check out 50 pages in the book during the campaign. You cannot survive the downside if you can't get around. Howlers will descend on you, or the Tempest will shear you to pieces. That is just the way of it. Travelling through the environs is no simple feat. Consider yourself blessed. If you were born a cur, if not, however, you will have to find a means to cross the lands without the benefit of 4 strong paws. Luce Glorian believes the untamed land can be traversed through means unnatural. I thought at first he meant sorcery, but I think he means invention. He speculates that carriages could cross the land by harnessing its fury. A wild thought. In any case, my paws will suffice. And the book has more to say. The Serpent Titan, Gangradoth, turned to brittle stone not long after his death. Of that you can be certain. What remains is a flat, elevated basin that stands us closer to the heavens. Upon the fallen Gandroth's hide, the stars themselves alight, and you shall know you stand on sacred ground. We set the metal sigils, lit the candle flames, and we emblazoned on the rock-like forms the sigil of our passage, and from the land, and then. Why does it end in a question mark? Hail, Mori. And then the stars themselves, they did reply to us. They sang shining bright, their voices loud and clear. I hope Doggos had an okay time through the fireworks. We understood their cadence, and we knew how often to return. Okay, we've exhausted the book. With some time to spare after having landed, you join Jadariel on a brief expedition. I wonder if the scribes are listening at all, much less to one such as I, who never held much faith in you. Perhaps I ought to have been more open-minded. I ask you not of a favour, but to apologise, for I was certain your time had long since passed and I was wrong. You end paying your respects, you return to the wagon, you get to pursue one of your vocations. She gets a bonus for the next fight. As good as they could have been. They were bribed by the hotel staff. 4 out of 5 paws. We talk to her. Your presence isn't unwelcome. She stares at you. This is my 16th year in exile. You sense that she wants you to listen. I have kept count, putting a notch in my breastplate for every day that has passed. You notice how much it is frayed. 16 years. The orphans whom I fostered would be fully grown. Some of them are likely gone. Many of them spoke of how they longed to one day serve with me on the blood border. I can't help but wonder, were I still a captain, could I have protected them? Could I have made a difference? I don't think so. The Commonwealth and the High Wing remnants have fought eternally. Those such as I come and go through the ages. I catch myself feeling pity for my years, but then, had I remained on the border, it's unlikely I would have lived to see this day. Do you know why they cast me down when I was a decorated captain? They said that I was the best. One day it was a standard patrol, but we ran across a pack of harp fledglings, fully armed and preparing for a strike. They were nothing to my regiment. We ensnared them and took them in, a considerable prize. They were not yet conditioned and could be made to talk. When the order came down that they were to be executed, I couldn't do it. The Commonwealth, priding itself on mercy, committing such acts, and through me it was unconscionable. So I thought then, at least in my younger years, and I let them go. I made no claim as to the contrary, and I turned myself in. I was cast down the following week, 16 years ago. Thus my enemies had the last laugh. If I were faced with the same choice, I do not know for certain if I would choose the same. I mark this occasion as I have always done. Be well, reader. Okay. Now, we think this might not have anything else to do now, but I want to test it. No, sorry, there was this one, and now there are no more to do. So we gain 1 more glory. You notice the bard. He smiles at you. And you pull away. The temple, or... So the question is, who do we want to use? And I think we want to use her. That we keep headwind for the subsequent fight. While traversing the ancient way, you pass the monument to Jamur Menimane, and Pamitha takes notice. Here we go again. You got yourself into this mess. Time to get yourself out. What would you even do if you got out? Think on about that. The dead can wait to hear it. You finish your prayer. You sense that they've shown you favor. Temporary buff for the next fight. Shall we go, reader? Exiles of the Nightwings, and you again. Greetings, Celeste, we've returned. They are ready. What do you seek? You are new, and you shall go first. She wants to follow the plan. She does her usual thing, and she's, as usual, disdainful of the bard. Lugman? We could sell her tail. Okay, so a single come back to life? No. I'm not sold on any of these. Right, let's go. We have to talk, says Wolfred. We have some news. The stars are fading. With the advent of the Titan stars, visibly fewer seem to be shining than once there was. The stars are vanishing. The rites are coming to an end. This is bad news. The good news is that there are still lots of stars to go. But the arithmetic becomes complicated. How many stars there are, the rate at which they'll fade, the accelerating rate at which we're being summoned here. We can inform the others in due time. Look forth. Sure. No, we're turning this off. It's not worth it. The game is getting too tough to be turning on extra bonus difficulty things.
Congratulations, reader. It would appear the rites are drawing to a close. Doubtless the doing of that Orlek in all his bitter spite. For now, your exiles have another chance at freedom here upon the fall of Solium. So too do the dissidents, your adversaries. They fought so very bravely for this moment. Whichever side prevails soon shall send one of its own into the warm embrace of civilization.
Pyres burn, the triumvirates are present and prepared. The dissidents come forth. Respect the Nightwings, your adversaries. It's Doggo! Pleasure to be here, mates, truly. Barker, Ashpaws. Call me Barker, though. Alright. By the by, this is a real pisser getting here, you know. Begging your pardon, Barker Ashpaws. You thusly speak upon the summit of the sacred mountain? Oh my, so terribly sorry to offend you there, lassie. I forgot we got the stars above there to make me watch my language. Let's get through one thing straight, lassie. I don't give a bother about your sacred mountain. So take it and shove it. Me and my pack, we're just here for laughs. The other side ain't any better than this one. We ain't interested in your freedom. But just the same, we're gonna get it. Take it from those wee little babes that are so antsy for it. You hear that? You better put up a good fight, or I'm not gonna be happy. He puts his mask back on. Alright, come on then, let's hurry up and get this thing started. Triple Doggo team. Blah blah. Who will we use? Well, first let's look at the enemies. Okay, if we can get more than... They have so little presence. We only need the tiniest bit and we can aura win them. Ooh, but these guys don't die when they win. Okay. And then for us... who are we going to send on? It can only be one of the original two or Bay. Can be her. If that is your wish.
Who shall stand with her?
Now, who else do we use? Would give her a good lot of experience. Although it would also earn you your level up. I think I should go with you. And then how much did Big Doggo have? 18. So if I can get +3... but I can only really get +2, annoyingly. We'll use you.
Bertrude.
I guess, Bay? Give her her reflecty thing? I help? I think I can help. Alright, mates, no more waiting, no more holding back. Let's rip them to shreds. Let's go!
Commence.
Oh, come on. Bull. Bull. Zoomy. Throw. Oh, that was some clear pity pausing there. Bull, but... Dunk. Too slow on the second attack. Pull. But well done. Alright, something's gone right funny with the orb, but better laugh it up while you can. That's so bullshit that they're using their attack while they're literally off screen. Bull.
So fiercely fought. Quite foul.
Well, I pressed space and it didn't swap character. Grrr.
Pause sure is rather quick. Both banished.
Go away.
Such chaos.
Come on.
A stroke of luck is all.
Yeah, them acting when you literally can't see them because they're off screen is bullshit. Either the game should choose an appropriate zoom, or they shouldn't be allowed to do that. I want to be him.
Well cast.
All right.
Fire of resolve. The orb slips from your clutches.
Come on.
Flung with considerable precision.
Good.
The Nightwing's Pyre burns brighter for now.
Too slow, and they're using their range.
Glory to the scribes. The Nightwing seem to be falling behind.
Zoom. Okay, go, dunk. One more and we win. You were greedy. Apparently so was I. Come on, I pressed the button to swap things so that I could move him out of the way. Well, hopefully we can get them while they've got their one person gone. Bull, your thing is meant to go through barriers now. was over that.
And there it is, at last. The dissidents proved their worth.
Suffered defeat during the
Could be
campaign.
you, Nightwings, but alas.
And that was whilst taking off the extra
Thus
difficulty
ends the
thing.
liberation.
Yeah, no, it's really gotten noticeably harder this third season.
Right. And thus, the scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the dissidents shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out.
Yeah. You give your usual spiel. Honestly, they should let us skip through that by now, because we've heard it so many times. Well, this is rich, ain't it? This ancient, glorious stodgy test of faith, and whatever other rot they're always going on about, it picked me. Blah, blah, blah. Good chance I got the short end of the stick here. The honor's been mine. Run fast, bite hard. We'll meet again when we're dead.
Godspeed, Barker Ashpaws. The 8 scribes are ever merciful. By their grace, the cycle of the rites may yet continue for a while.
Bing. Bay levels up. I feel overwhelmed. The scribes speak to me. We get our third ability. Do we want? Salutes? No. When grasping the orb, she may sprint. So while she holds it, she can infinite sprint.
May the scribes have mercy on us all.
Blah, blah, blah. This knight has not shown us favor. We'll be tested again. The rites continue. He has news to share. Our plan has changed. The stars are disappearing. See for yourself. Soon there will be no stars and no rites. Our chances are now numbered. After dawn, we'll head out again. Everyone is speechless. The book has more for us. Each one of us within the 8, besides the Imp Haub, would have perished in the downside had we not found each other and together formed our union. Here in the downside, all are bound, but that which binds us here does have some latitude. We choose the bond of kinship. Our exile took precedence over our differences. The empire, which had subjugated all our kind into a tense alliance, shall give way to a society in which our differences are paramount. There, may you embrace your ancient cultures whilst jointly forming a great culture all its own. Next to mercy, it is kinship that shall form the bedrock of the Commonwealth. And Gertrude is smiling, blah, blah, blah. What is your secret, Gertrude? Flame-resistant inks. It was the inks themselves that kept the volumes from being burnt to ash. Didn't they stop to think if the evidence was fireproof? They found a way to burn the stamping press regardless. Your words moved us many times, and many others in the southern bogs. What's done is done. At least we made it difficult for them, while introducing some of our citizens to new ideas. My words wouldn't reach anywhere near so many if not for you. Not to mention how I managed to elude them for another decade or so. I'm thankful for your sacrifice. You'll have to take them from me? Huh? Thank you, Bertrude, for helping fulfill a modest author's dreams. What good's a stamping press without good inks? No good at all. They exchange a laugh, but then, even still, and through this new ordeal, thou hast no love for us? Is that so? Nay, we understand full well. Thou need not explain thyself further. There are different kinds of love. On that account, thou hast nothing to teach us, Sandalwood. Our hearts cannot be controlled. Blasted things they are, they act on their own. I'm blessed to have you in my life, back in the Commonwealth and here as well. Though, I know that is not enough. Nay, it is enough. And he bids you a good evening. They draw strength from one another. Right, let's keep going. We bide our time. Who most deserves their freedom? Can there be any hope for your plan? To change the Commonwealth if too few exiles manage to return. Many moons pass. It is time once more, the stars are in the sky. I chose not to take part in the riots. We didn't end on good terms. My exiles... The Nightwings used to be Brighton, Erissa, and Aurelek. We've already met Aurelek, as well as Little Tizo. After Brighton regained his freedom, the Nightwinds took you in. When we earned our way, Aurelek was anointed to return. We prevailed, but Aurelek earned his freedom. However, just as the Shimmer Pool was to engulf him, Erissa shoved him from the precipice and took her freedom in his stead. She perished, of course, for only the anointed can transcend the Shimmer Pool. She thought the warnings were a myth and paid the price. She was always restless. I presumed that Aurelek had perished too. To survive a fall from the mountain, I was left alone. I made no attempts to reassemble the Nightwings, knowing that such treachery and harm as was possible as part of this ordeal. I still don't hold Erissa entirely at fault. I instead hold the Commonwealth responsible. The rights themselves pit brother against brother. But now that Aurelek yet lives, while my plan is already in motion, perhaps it is a signal the scribes know that the Nightwings are divided and don't approve. We'll need to rise to the occasion. I've made a decision. I would conduct the riots again. Okay, so you're going to join our team as a possible member? Gather the band. Find an exile for each of the different masks. Achievement unlock. Do we want the Bog Witch people? The Fish people? No, I like Honourable Doggo. Doggo striking from off-screen sounds familiar. Your next adversaries are the Fate, headed by Good Doggo. Blah, blah, blah. He's a formidable opponent. He raised the orphan son. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. They want to return home to their family.
I do so hate to thusly contact you, O reader. Yet an awful rumor reached me recently that you have within your retinue a traitor to the Nightwings and the Commonwealth alike. But you would never harbor such a traitor, now would you? I trust your time within the downside would have taught you that.
You rise after a fitful night of slumber. Somehow the voice, which thus far has reached you only in the rites, has found its way into your sleep as well. You shake free of it. The time at Moonlight Alcove has made everyone restless. You set forth. Zoom. Again, we're forced to do this manually rather than having a fast travel system, which would be sensible. You notice Pamitha gazing down at the frozen cliffs below. This reminds me of my home, the High-Wing remnants. We all grew accustomed to the thinner air amid the cliffs that reach the clouds above your Commonwealth. But it was not the nicest place. Little wonder that my sisters settled for the rather warmer base of operations in this land, there by the nest of Trieste. Let's fly on by. Okay. Do we want Bertrude wants this route, or Jadariel says that it's teeming with fish, or Pamitha? No, let's go with Jadariel. Book wants to nag us with more stuff. Quite frankly, I'm a little bit sick of it. Unlock every chapter in the Book of Rites. Okay, well, in good news, that achievement popping up makes it sound like we have finally exhausted the books nagging us. As an exile of the downside, as reader of this book, and as conductor of the rites, you are engaged now in a cycle which has lasted since the dawn of the age. Herein, within this part of the book, is opened summary of all the key pictures, locales, terms, and astral phenomena you will encounter. To know the history of the downside and the rites is to prepare yourself to walk the path towards enlightenment and then to liberty itself. Should you be free again, remember, reveal not the rites themselves nor the existence of the book. It said we were finished with the book, and yet it's nagging us with all the terms. Okay, we can live with that, as long as you actually stop nagging us. No, it still wants more. This is just a summary of all of the key words so far. Can you please stop nagging me, book? No, it utterly refuses. Okay, at last. There. He's finished doing some sort of document. I was on my way to make a drop, report our progress. It's not clear to you exactly how he communicates with the other side. It's not the most dignified of methods, but the message imp is as hard-working as the rest of us. Blah, blah, blah. The messages are coded in case they are intercepted. Blah, blah, blah. Our goal is to grow in numbers. Blah, blah, blah. I've updated the estimation of our planned success.
Tome sempre Vincent.
Blah, blah, blah. Question mark yet remaining. Now, do you have a new person? What happens to them if we fight these guys? Or are they just removed from the roster of people that we can fight? We try fishing. Good hunting. I believe in you. You thank Jadariel you have caught. Fish. Reader 1, fish 0. Okay. Onwards. Someone calls out. It's the salesman. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, you can hop in. Why not?
Compose your power, man.
He's another potential person?
Para sufrias, papi.
Ugh. Okay, maybe we shouldn't have let him join us. He gives us a debuff. We talk with Jadariel. I'm not going to talk about your horns. My horns started to sprout. I took it as an indication that perhaps this was a fate that I deserved. I know better now. Anybody of our kind left down here long enough and left alive becomes like this. Something in the climate it's difficult to say. If we live long enough, then we live longer still, like this, extending our sentence in exile. Sometimes I think the horns symbolize my sins, then surely they are going to recede if I ever return. A naive hope that never leaves, despite prolonged attempts to rid myself of it. They aren't worth the trouble, reader. There's another new thing. Mug of Magma. We can sell that new garbage thing. I don't find your dialogue interesting, I'm sorry. Your dialogue is annoying more so than interesting. Money. And that is all. Oh my god, yes. The bearer's aura remains whilst holding the orb, though you cannot attack. After being banished, the bearer returns with infinite stamina or as a monster. You can run more, but you cannot hold the orb. No, this one is the obvious one. Yeah. I will nab that.
Oh, you quite eyes.
Don't know if we're going to use it. And then what would we like to upgrade? Holy mackerel. He is going to level up super quick. That's absurd. He's slow, but has big aura. Okay, so he's meant to replace her. In much the same way as she's meant to replace her. He's even slower than Snake Lady. I don't get to know what your bonuses are. Okay, let's go. Bay notices you. Let's say hi to my friend. Here he is. The baddies arrive. No, we've decided it's absolutely not worth using these at all. The AI's already gotten too strong, let alone giving them extra bonuses.
Reader, or should I say deceiver, for I detect another exile in your ranks. The exile Volfred Sandalwood himself, that cursed sap. I ought to have known he was behind all this. He has no love for our sacred tradition. Yet you would heed his poisoned words over mine own? I thought that we were friends. Then fine. Let us return to a more formal distance.
Hello. Hello again. Hello, young one. Blah, blah, blah. He's respectful, doggo. Where's my son? I will fetch him. I hope he remembers me. We salute you. May the scribes watch over you. She is unusual, that she is. She's about your age. Father! Boy doesn't want to be match-made by his father. I will now participate. Time for you to learn how I work.
And there he is at last, alive and well.
Ooh, he is quite unique. He has don't get hurt by enemy ability.
You plant your little seeds of discontent.
And a short-range teleport.
Chaos shall not be tolerated here. Now, good evening to you.
And he has, like the enemy plant man, a set up little remote fields thing. Sure. I look forward to conducting with you all, if then of course the reader calls us to stand together. Alright, who do we go with?
Now, your band of traitors.
I mean, the game wants me to pick him so that he super levels up. And other than that, her? And Sir Gilman look like the go. So where's his unique thing? Jump more? You can keep this. And he can have... Sure, he has enough presence that we'll try that out.
Volfred.
You and you.
Sir Gilman, it is done.
Steel yourself. Are you prepared to fight our enemies?
Begin. Unfortunate for Dolbert. dispatched with ease.
All but okay.
To each his own.
That also feels like bullshit, but
How fortuitous.
dunk.
Wings make their mark.
Achievement unlocked. Using Sir Gilman, do 200 damage during the campaign.
No, you don't. Well, I dare say. This is the road to ruin.
Zoom. Zoom. They were too busy shooting the other person.
Yes.
I say bullshit, but okay.
The orbs engulfed.
Super long distance shot.
Ulmer doused his adversary's flame.
Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, so close.
Hey, I pressed dash.
Begone, Bulfred. Beneath contempt. And it is done.
Okay, next.
The scribes would not have had it otherwise. The rite is ended.
Honorable Doggo wins. Someone wins because they're strong. It's generous of you to say. You don't need to humble yourself so. You're the most envied of the triumvirates. We aspire to your legacy. We don't need to grovel at their feet, Father. Ask your question quickly. Would you be my friend? I was wondering if you would be my friend. I don't have so many friends. We'll see you in a while, my son. What? But the scribes, they aren't my friends, I think. I choose to think that they brought us here, to be closer together and not to be apart.
The 8 scribes bless us with their ways.
No level ups.
In the stars align.
Oh my god, why is the book glowing again? Volfred approaches you. I'm confident we can do better. There's always the Beyonder Crystal if we need it. We still need to achieve our plan. Whom shall we square against when the stars next align? This has also become kind of tediously slow, like every single time we're gonna blink, pause, blink, pause, blink, pause, show you who you can go up against. There's no real reason this couldn't just be a, like 3 big buttons appear on the screen showing you who you can fight. We'll go with Plant Guy. We meet again. We make for the pit of Milth at first light. Oh, God. You told me, book, there was nothing else. If it does it again, I'm going to be super grumpy. We're maybe friends now, don't you think? We have a lot in common. Friends are supposed to have a lot in common. For instance, we're both fighting for those we care about. For those who help us when we need it. We're very lucky to have met Mr. Dalbert. It cannot be that the 8 scribes intended for us to just fight one another for all time. It just cannot be. So many whom we face, they don't like us very much. If we prevail against them, it's just mean. They can't go home. Back home, when they told me to stop being like me, I didn't like them either. You know what I think? I think the scribes put us together so that we could learn from one another. That's what I think. And I told them so. It's got some really lovely music, and the art is nice, but it's got camera issues with regarding the fight. It absolutely has, like, stepped in difficulty from reasonable to super unreasonable as soon as we've entered Season 3 of the, the Season 3 of the soccer game, of the sports ball game. I've specifically turned off the extra bonus difficulty things that we were using earlier, and it's still absolutely stomping me. I don't think we've won a single match today. And that's after turning off the bonus difficulty things, right? But my biggest objection today is that the enemy can attack you from off-screen, which is unacceptable. That is a Dino Crisis level error. If you can't see the enemy casting the spell, casting the attack wave thing, because the camera is off-screen, like zoomed in on you and not zoomed out enough to see the enemy on the map, that is bad. And we have had that happen today, multiple times. No, don't care about favor. I do want to see what happens if I try and do this again now that I've supposedly maxed out the passive buffs. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Do it? No! It removes it entirely, so there is no earn more passive buffs option. Which is what I'd prefer to do. Freedom to the worthy. The downside cannot let us all go free, thus only freedom to the worthy. Is that not so, O Saint Triesta? Is that not the conclusion which you formed with your 7 most trusted friends? I see, I see. I'm ever grateful to you for your guidance and your presence. I wish all of your friends safe passage among the stars. It must be so very beautiful out there. You can visit me at any time. Come and go as you please from the stars. You don't need a pair of wings to be free, and yet sometimes I wish I was more like you or Miss Pamitha. I know that you're always watching. Thank you and your friends. Okay, I'm forced to pick forage for resources or mentor companion. Which we've never used. I guess you need it the most. It gives her raw experience. Hail, Decoy. Cheers, man. We get her ultimate. She just gains raw stats at everything. We're forced to go to the fight, so we do. We say hello to Mr. Plantman again. The news happens to be concerning the brash and sneering Barker, who defeated you in the Liberation Rite, and thus returned to the Commonwealth. However, the experience did him little good. In spite of various offers to reassimilate, he kept longing for the thrill of the riots. He even made attempts to recreate the riots in an informal contest, for the sake of it, and the leaders rebuked him for this, and urged greater caution. Some say he contemplates his crimes... He contemplates new crimes to get himself exiled again. Perhaps then the dissidents might reunite, but until such a time you won't see them again. Okay, so we have an answer about what happens if they win. It looks like the bad guys just choose to return. Or at least he does. I don't know if the others will. It's time. Look at the giant array of bonus difficulty things you could turn on if you wanted to make your life a living hell. We can't even win with none of them now. Recidivist doggo.
The time is nigh, you exiles of the Night Winds. You are returned once more unto the pit
God, I wish there was a make him shut up and just
Malik.
start.
The triumvirate you stand against shall be the chastity, whose ever pyre yet burns ere the break of dawn, shall surge forward on the...
I will continue to pontificate and draw this out unnecessarily when we should just get to the game. Blah, blah, blah. You think you can cut us down like last time? We have some new tricks up our sleeve.
Go on then,
Okay. Who are we going to use? We are supposed to use you.
Volfred.
And Hamatha, from the looks of it. And you.
Headwind. It is done.
Let's go.
Now begin. The knight's first banishment.
That's kind of bullshit, because my aura should have been about the same as yours. Thank you. Although I don't know why it suddenly got less.
If I were that one, I'd be rather angry.
Okay, zoom. Throw. Caught and kill me, which seems a bit unfair.
Your adversaries did not hesitate.
Either if... Like, the aura's meant to go away when they catch the ball. So if they caught it, then it should
Righteous fire.
not allow them to kill me anymore. Volfred Sandalwood, is it you, my dear friend? You must be mistaking me for someone else. What do you mean? I recognize your posture. I knew it had to be you. What a surprise. It's me, but you're no friend of mine, and I'm no longer one of yours. Cut out the nonsense, and face me like a proper sap. You have such spark left in your old limbs. If you want to be rude, fine. Have it your way.
The orb sails forth into the flame.
Yeah, we're playing some sort of football, but you can only control one at a time.
From the Nightwing's opponents.
I think of it more like basketball because you have a
So
throw.
much for Bolford. Oh. Didn't see it coming. The orb quenches the flame.
Nope. Oh, come on.
Too slow there, Pamata. Your pyre sputters.
One hit point left.
Their pyre shan't survive much.
Dunk. Throw shot.
Attempt, and yet it hit the mark. The orb.
Oh, come on. I hit the dash button.
And it is done. The chastity prevailed. Their adversaries prove no match for them.
Like, did I turn up the difficulty or something between playthroughs, between episodes that I'm not aware of? We haven't won one thing today.
Always is there greater knowledge.
And we
to be
hadn't lost
gained.
any until now.
That Wilfred always was a little slow to pick things
It's
up.
been a while since my last outings, begging for your continued patience as I recollect the ways. He can have heal instead of be hurt. He shields his allies. He comes back sooner. Get back a lot of health if you lose some to your pyre, or when he's dead, you get a pseudo aura near the defense point. His attacks grow. His little attack zones grow quicker. That's pretty big. Whilst he's dead, enemies can't use their abilities. But I think I'll just go for the passive thing.
Of old 100 mines. Until the next right.
Can I explain this game to you, but never use the letters T or F? Play ball game. Slash dual enemies so as no so a rebellion can occur. There we go. I got there. We're already at the end? It's so hard without t. Words like to and the are just so common. It's really, really hard. And like, I wanted to say attack, fight, combat. All of them have T. How do I say sports ball slash fight without the letter T? Ugh. Should our plan fail, they might look back upon the exile with fondness. Returning to the Commonwealth is not necessarily a mercy. We cannot simply grow our numbers here. Who goes to who stays? It will affect the outcome. We'll set forth in the morning. Let's go. Pointless. This should be a fast travel system. The fact they make you do this every time is just stupid and tedious. Why are you wasting 20 seconds of me flapping across the map? Okay, do we want Hedwyn or Pamitha? Hedwyn. We land with the others. Volfred smokes his pipe. I shouldn't choose to leave, which I was wondering what was going to happen about him. Now that he joined our team, for the longest time he chose not to join. And seeing as he's kind of the person who keeps giving us orders, it wouldn't make sense for him to leave. How's he going to keep giving us orders if he goes back up to the real world? So he basically is here saying, even if I fight in the last fight, you won't be able to send me up, because that would ruin the story. We pray. He gains a temporary buff for the next fight. We'll do Bay. Do your calling. Do vocations 10 times during the campaign. Achievement unlocked. Nope, we're going with Bay. You pass the monument to Under King Orez, and Bay happens to notice. Is this all part of your plan, Scribe? Please help me navigate this path. My friends and I wish to find our way together with your blessing. She does get a good blessing. Time for female bard to be obnoxious and rude to male bard. Same as before, except that now Volfred has to get asked the question. I seek liberty for each of us, so that one day we might stand shoulder to shoulder on the other side and bring our freedom to the people there. Ooh, if the scribes aim to keep us apart for an age or longer, then no, I don't accept their will. You blaspheme, Tariq, and at the gate no less. But he just puts his hat back on. Then may the scribes themselves admonish me. Until tomorrow night. T was chosen? It is tough. At least you didn't pick a vowel. Vowels would be even tougher. T is, like, the most common non-vowel, though, isn't it? We can sell more stuff. Yeah, you're annoying. Temporary blessing buffs. Okay, we have a new extra good item. After dousing an adversary's pyre, you recover 50% of the damage dealt. That's really quite good. Like, that's better than the one we currently use, which we invested huge amounts of money in leveling up, mind you. This one, get 10, because most people do more than... Well, that's not actually true. Yeah, actually it is true. Most people do more than 10 damage, so 50% will give more than that does. This is only better on the people who have wimpy lift, which is actually only Gilman. Rookie might have been that weak if he was still around, but he's not still around. Yeah, literally everyone else is better off with that new item. Which makes me feel bad for having spent so much time and money throughout this run invested in leveling that item up. Like, we've made this max level, and now it's just raw outclassed by a new thing. Could we have two? We could run both, and I probably am going to run both. Yeah, get rid of that. Grab this one. We're still too poor. Yep, earn shitty amounts of money. Who cares? This one is largely... Well, actually, is it going to earn me enough? No, selling that one wouldn't be enough, but selling this one is. So we sell that one. We grab our new healing one. And we say thank you. Yeah, I'm actually pissed about that. The book specifically told us you have unlocked everything, and now it's continuing to hassle us. Unlock every chapter in the book, cover to cover. Achievement done. Why is it hassling me then? Is it just repeating old ones? I think it is repeating old ones and just being obnoxious. No, because we've had all of the... We've had all of these for a really long time. Unless there was one that was specifically... Okay, the afterward is different. Maybe this counts as the last chapter, even though it's not a numbered chapter, and it's afterward. That might explain it. And sweet Jesus, why did they... They never taught me you could do this. I tried clicking on the right edge of the book, and nothing happened, so I assumed you couldn't manually turn the pages. Now, 3 episodes in, we discover... Oh no, you have to hit the little shiny bit in the corner. Okay, how to sustain yourself without food or drink in such a place as this. The less said of it, the better. Don't complain, observe, and above all, keep moving. In warmer climates, search for ground at break of day for subterranean. In colder places, dig for them. Give them purpose. Drinking pools are rare, but moisture in abundance outside of the sandfolds. Some will be poisonous. Take only what you need. The downside limits any opportunities for excess, but provides enough amenities to meet the needs of life. One who withstands it cannot help but feel a sense of gratitude. And we're also meant to talk to Plant Man. He looks at us. The March of Time heals all wounds. The Night Wings of today are different than the one that I used to be in. Though historically the Night Wings never took on more exiles than needed. I mentioned Brighton, Orissa, and Orliac. I hoped my time with them would not be relevant. Let me know if you want to know more about them. Sure, tell me about Orissa. She perished at the Shimmer Pool. I would never make excuses for the terrible choices she made, but her life, I understand, was difficult. She was exiled for the foulest of acts. You could see it plainly branded on her face. Such was the heinousness of what she did in the eyes of the Commonwealth. She was an apprentice blacksmith, taking up a post left by her brother. He had fallen in a battle on the blood border, despite wielding their father's lance and armor. Her father never recovered from this and had grown cruel and detached, and Orissa took the brunt of his fury. He expected the impossible for her. One day it was too much, and when he lashed out at her, she struck back, and then again and again and again. When they came for her, her father was gone, and she was not herself. She was cast into the downside, where her hatred for the Commonwealth only grew. Haunted by her father's memory, her motive for wanting back her freedom was not a healthy one. She longed to join the nation's enemies. What she ultimately did to Orliac was an act of pure and thoughtless desperation. But I don't think it was personal. For years I admit I hated her. My only hope is that she found peace. I hope her life offers perspective for those who come, that they don't make the same mistakes. And about Brighton, I never met him. Born wealthy, not special otherwise. Exiled for negligent misconduct. Didn't see eye to eye with Orliac. His is the voice? He is now none other than Archjustice Androboles the Ninth. The other rulers were once exiles as well. They fear us. And I don't care about the other guy. We've already met the other guy. I don't need to be told secondhand about someone that we've met firsthand.
Ligaratus.
No, I'm not activating extra difficulty. Not now that you've become insane suddenly.
Once more, the Nightwings gain the summit of the sacred.
Once
mountain
more,
of
I
Pyre
pontificate
to conduct
pointlessly.
the liberation rite. Even as the stars themselves abandon you. Make good upon these final opportunities, reader. This glorious age-old tradition coming to an end upon your watch. I trust your adversaries, the Essence, shall not throw away this chance. Choose now who may go free, should they unfortunately fail.
Okay. They're just as... well, she's just as aggressive to him as ever. It's Bird Lady. She's just as angry as before. Who would go free? It has to be one of the starting two or else Bay. Yeah, we'll get rid of Bay. Me? Go home, but what if they want me to stay?
Who shall be at her side?
Okay, Flappy.
Ametha.
And which of you two? I guess we should decide based on our enemies. They all have really low presence. 11. And they're all in on boosting their own quickness. We finished it as much as we were going to, friendly. It doesn't make clear what you're meant to do for the, like, main quest line, and there are just so many side quests that it would take, like, a year to play it through. I have your back. Let's go.
It is done.
Blah, blah, blah. Time to go.
Commence.
Okay. Sprint. Dunk. As the liberation rite continues, Pamitha is reaching out to you. Yes, friendly. Wind back to the very start of the VOD and you'll see that we're playing next. And we also said at the end of the Sherlock stream. At the liberation rite continues, you sent Pamitha reaching out to you, or perhaps just reaching out to anyone. Someone, please, let her win. If this thought makes me a traitor, so be it. Let Tamitha prevail. She is wrapped in this because of me. Prepare yourselves. I am Pamitha. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we found out who the... supposed traitor is, and it's Bird Lady. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Sayuza. Sprint around. Yeah, thank you, Sayuza. I'd say you too, but you already got mine, so... Thank you, thank you. Bullshit, but okay. And then Flappy Flappy our way to victory. Hark, my sisters, damn what the book says. Advance to strike formation. Prevail against these wretches. I'm sorry, they cheat now? They get to start extra far forwards? That's called cheating, game. Yep, they get to start forwards now. Wow. Okay, dunk. No. Bullshit, but Okay. Yeah, bear with me looks good. Whether it is good...
You left yourselves wide open.
remains to be seen, but...
Oof. And there it is. at
Yeah.
last.
Nah. That's unreasonable. Can we say do it again? Let's find out what this does. Is this restart one fight or restart this whole season? The first thing we did was the Agatha Christie's ABC race. Oh my god, and then it doesn't let you skip the
Whom do you
cutscene.
intend to liberate?
Yeah, that's terrible as well. You?
Bay.
We know not to use the
Shall
bird
be at
girl.
your side.
We know not to use the bird girl now. Instead, I want that and our new thing. She dunks for strong, you dunk for less. Yes. No, one of the current teammates was saying, I want my sister here to win. When we used Harpy on our team, she said, I want my sister here to win.
Joe Dariel.
She is being traitorous.
Very well.
No, they should let you skip all that. This is functionally the same as having unskippable cutscenes before a boss fight. Which is an unforgivable sin. Dunk, get our health back. Yeah, you want your sister to win because you're a traitor. Bull. Bull. Actually, that's kind of okay. Dunk. And heal. Too slow on pressing the dodge button, my bad. Dunk! Get our health back. It's time to cheat, my sisters! Yeah. You cannot flip between characters as quickly as the AI. There we go. For you.
How utterly brazen.
One more and we win.
The rite is nearly ended.
No.
Oh,
Ah, that's bull.
oh,
My aura is bigger than yours. It should have killed you.
vanished each in turn.
Power dunk.
And there it is.
Boom.
The Nightwings proved their worth. An outcome which left little room for doubt.
Goodbye, Bay.
Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Nightwings.
Now, is Rock Doggo going to return next season? I bet yes.
Return to glory in the Commonwealth.
I'm willing to bet he only
Her
leaves for one
adversary
season.
And all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentence.
Yeah. This should be skippable. I can go home. She shuts her eyes. By the scribes. What will happen to all of you? They don't say yet. The scribes don't say yet. I think your time will come as well. The scribes are calling me. Goodbye. May the scribes watch over you all.
Godspeed, moon-touched one.
Liberate any 3 exiles from your party. Returned to glory. Achievement unlocked.
By their grace, may the cycle of the rites keep turning for as long as possible.
Level up, level up. Partial level up, partial level up. And then extra next time they actually fight experience for the others. Well, Pamitha, you truly did get the best of me again. Know that your actions put your sisters on the other side in even greater peril. Not that you care. I'm certain that they shall someday prevail, with or without my aid. To think that I was born to share blood with someone such as you. The game's trying to make me feel guilty for not letting her win. When last time when the person won, they're just instantly doing crimes and saying, I'm going to come back to the purgatory straight away. That is not good. Those don't resonate well together. Those fight each other. Anyway, it's quieter without Bay around. I wanted to say something else while she was still with us. We won't forget her. There's so few rights remaining. I can't say for certain. There's opportunity yet for our plan to succeed. What are we going to do? You meet Sir Gilman's gaze. You are searching to find the right words. Tell them that you have stood together time after time. Huh? Oh. I mean, this should probably just be 3 buttons where you pick them rather than this weird way of doing this, but okay. I'm not going to mince my words. That would be a grave disservice. because you already know everyone, yeah. So this is not good dialogue. None of you pursue this with any guarantees. We all knew that it was unlikely to end well. What an uplifting speech we're giving. You stand poised to ensure the world you leave behind for your loved ones. Now is the time to stand and fight the forces that oppose us. We now have this opportunity to live with purpose for each other. For your own sake. Be selfish. For your own cause. Do whatever the hell you like because you're selfish. If you believe anything that I've just said, then trust what your heart is telling you. We might yet succeed together. The stars have not vanished, they have joined us. Everyone is roused by your shitty speech. Yeah, this does not speak to me for good dialogue or writing or story, I'm sorry. Nor was it presented well. I would prefer 3 boxes where it tells you the whole thing and you can look at them at the same time without having to cycle through them again and again. If you're essentially going to be a visual novel, pick 3 options dialogue menu, just be honest about it and present it that way. Everyone gains 1 hope permanently. The stars burn, look upon them. Who do you want to fight? Actually, we're getting given a lot of options this time. So, Harpy Girl, Honorable Doggo, Fish People, Demon Man, Witch Lady. Honestly, Fishman is supposedly the easiest to beat, so we'll go with Fishman, seeing as the game is still largely kicking my butt. Am I to understand that we shall soon confront Sir Deluge and the Pyre Hearts once more? This is an exciting time, says Sir Gilman. He recants his tale of Sir Deluge's past and how they wound up together. A former ally of Sir Gilman, he lacks the sort of courage for which his kind is known, yet somehow leads the Pyre Hearts anyway. Sir Deluge was just another bit of frontline fodder in the war against the Highwing remnants. Yet time and time again, he distinguished himself for one reason: he would not die. His instinct for self-preservation kept him safe in many battles, and he was promoted because he lacked any competition. Then, in the battle for the place that got burnt down, when retreat was not an option, he retreated anyway. And then he was sent into exile. The brave, brave Sir Deluge. Blah, 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 blah. He bravely turned his tail and fled in disarray. You will fight in the morning. Let's go. This should just be a fast travel system. Do we want... There's an expedient path? No, we'll go with Pamitha's one. The bard doesn't... He's not part of the team, so what's the point in making him happy? The book is nagging us. Here in Purgatory, harpies and normal people should get along together. Is basically what that's saying, to summarize it quickly. When you return to the not purgatory, you will have become wise and everyone will want to learn your wisdom. Also, you want to talk to me? Join me for a bit. I feel bad. When I found you in Sandfolds, did you have any idea what you're getting into? I did not. I did not think this would be a sports ball game. It has been a difficult time for all of us. I'm sorry to hear that. There's something else I wanted to tell you. No one's responsible for our problems except us. Everyone should be dealing with their own issues. No one's expecting you to fix everything. We're just grateful to support each other. Actually, can we find out what our new odds of winning are? I mean, supposedly we have a reasonable chance now. It's more than half. We go to look for our drive imps. Pamitha helps. Pamitha, because of helping, becomes shittier for the next fight. Okay. Ooh, it's him again. Why are you here? He may have come with ill intent. Yeah, let's talk to him. Maybe we can become friendly. He's already gone. Maybe that ends up having meaning, but it just feels like that was a fake choice. There were two options that were run away from him, so I picked the other one, and it just... Oh, you chose not to run away from him, so he disappears, so that the outcome can be the same as if you ran away from him. Fake choice, boo bad. Or at least it appears to be. Ooh, he's here. He's noticed you, blah blah. All of these trinkets. In my wagon. You're a shadow. Who are you to these people? I'm one of their friends. Relay to them a message for me. I shall have my night. And then he leaves. Blah blah blah. Nothing of relevance. The shop. There is an even new and more expensive thing. the one that we were offered before anyway, so who cares? No, we're too poor. No, 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 I didn't want this. I want to start the fight. Let's go. No, I'm not turning any of these on. It's ludicrously difficult enough even without it.
The infamous Reader returns, along with his remaining retinue of miscreants. You
God, I
managed
wish there was some way
recently rid yourself of yet another
to skip these.
one. Your adversaries in the Pyre hearts.
But it's just not allowed.
As with you, they must be very desperate for their freedom. They shall not make it any easier from here.
Gilman, you still haven't abandoned your new friends? Sir Deluge wrestles with his mask. This knight is most surprised that you have the courage to show yourself. You speak of courage, but this knight has little else to say to the likes of you. You are no knight, you're a teensy minnow swimming in a sea of minnows. And then something comes over Gilman. But just as soon as that, it fades away. The Nightwings were stupid to take you in. We don't fear you.
Who shall it be this time?
Okay. It should be Pamatha and Gertrude here. What kind of stats do our enemy have? They should be low aura, right? Yeah, 15 is their biggest aura.
Decide.
I'm meant to not use you anymore, though, because I'm meant to level up the others. Give you raw stats. Give her raw stats, and we'll go with both of these.
Bolfred. Bertrude.
And for the last one, her, but with the heal upon damage the enemy thing.
It is done.
To my kind, you are nothing but a snack, says the harpy to the fish people.
Commence. The Nightwing's Pyre is the first to falter.
Can I just plant that there and then essentially be invulnerable?
A bit of a blunder. That ought to wake
No,
you up.
it didn't. They can enter it even though they shouldn't be able to, okay?
Positively brutish. Well, now that was exciting.
Oh, bull! That should have gotten you. So should have that.
From burning flame to ash.
There we
Stand
go.
light and glory's path. United in banishment.
Come on. Flap. Flap, 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 flap. Flap, 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 flap.
The winds have served her true.
What? Are we winning? Yes.
The orb. Oh, oh, you poor Nightwings. Your
Ow.
fire weakens. What happened there?
Okay, zoom.
Who? My. Unfortunate for the Pyre
And
Hearts.
zoom.
With
Good. Damage and heal.
a banishment. Oof.
Zoomy.
How comical. From burning flame to ash. Somebody get the orb.
Good. No, I want to be... Stop it. Become Flappy Girl. Flappy Girl is the most reasonable.
Oh. That's it.
Dunk.
Just fire.
Okay. One sec. Yeah, just a sec, sorry. Doggo wants to be let in or out. Okay. Thank you for your patience.
The orb.
Dunk.
The bog crone dove into the flame.
One more.
Once more like that, and we are finished here. Alas,
Straight into a lose.
begone, Bertrude. Pyre Hearts banished to the
Okay,
last.
win.
And it is done.
Flower Grow seems like a good counter to them because they like
Again.
zooming in on the orb, and you can kind of time it so that the flower grows at the right time that they will
The ceremony
home in on it.
complete.
Curse you, Gilman, you were a fool to abandon us. And now you only twist the dagger in our backs. This knight is no longer beholden to the likes of you, bound only to the path towards enlightenment. Your words ring false. You are unfit to lead. You know exactly what you are. You call this knight a craven, yet your courage is a mere facade, and everyone knows. This knight shall see to it. He doesn't respond, although you sense the words of Sir Deluge got to him.
Bask now in the wisdom of the scribes.
Level up, level up.
What is it you recall there?
He gets his
my
next
old
thing.
friend?
Do we want shield friends? No. Come back to life quicker.
Apparently,
Snake
the
Lady
exiled
levels
Bertrand
up,
is
and
committed
she can
to
have more Zoomy. No, I wanted to find out what this does. The supposedly turn enemies into little monster things,
May misfortune find you ere the turning of the stars.
because that is completely unique. No one else has a power even slightly like that. We won. The rites going quicker is straining everyone. We have multiple cases of banishment sickness. You wish everyone to get well soon. Do we want Bog Witch Lady, Demon Man, or Good Doggo? Let's go Good Doggo. Proceed towards Good Doggo. Talk to Sir Gilman. I know what I'll do when this is all over. I can't abide my former commander. I will ever seek out honor, even when this is ended. Fulfillment of the plan will be our current quest. He gains some permanent aura size. The book is nagging us. The fish people follow the path forged by the Underking Ores, whose many deeds excelled despite his small stature. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. A life devoid of passion is a life devoid of life. This burning passion is the fuel that drives the Pyre hearts, and in turn us all. Okay. Flappy flappy mode. Wish this was a fast travel system. We're very high above the waters. My brethren lurk here. What's the big idea? Oh, it's you. Get out of my sky. Everyone's being extra obnoxious as we go through their zones. So Gilfrey or no? We'll go with you because I expect we're getting rid of you next. Inside, Bird Lady wants to talk to us. I miss flying. There are many in the Commonwealth who would make sure we could never fly again, all whilst calling it an act of mercy. What have your studies taught you about our kind? They have they have violence. Wow. Let's go with the common ancestor thing, because that looks the most likely to give us some more interesting lore. So some of the, originally apparently everyone were harpies, some of them lost their wings and formed the Commonwealth and began to fight back. So you are, in a way, a brother to us. The prince? Apparently there is one male harp? Please excuse me. Sure. Edwin finds something valuable. Sure, I don't need items, I'd rather the direct experience. We go with the experience buff. Who do we give it to? We should give it to Sir Gilman. It gets him a level up. Which of his bonuses do we want? No. Yes, while he's dead, his friends are better. So that if he dies, he's at least still being useful.
You are nothing, reader. Nothing but a mindless simpleton. Your every action is a stain upon the legacy of the 8 scribes. The rites have been a long-held secret to keep out those such as you.
You wake from what little sleep you managed to get. The voice has tormented you again. If it truly is that of Archjustice Adroboles the Ninth, none of you are likely to receive a warm welcome should you regain your freedom. Bay was taken in by a foster family and was to be given schooling in the highest order of the Astralist tradition. But she started wandering all on her own again. Believe in the scribes was her only message. It sounds like she's making a difference. It really doesn't. It sounds like she's wandering around pointlessly. But if you say so, game. Everyone gets a temporary buff for the next fight. Everyone waits for the fight.
Reader, I am still very cross with you, you know. To think I saw in you a worthy heir. Not just to the legacy of the Nightwings, but to the future of the Commonwealth. That traitor Volfred. Only a fool would be seduced by his audacious promises and his dangerous ideas. That, dear dear reader, would make you a fool. I have no choice but to explain it thus, so even you could understand. Now for this blasted rite. Some of us still have our duties to uphold.
Okay. Doggo is polite as always. He is a good boy.
Choose quickly.
Who do you want to use? Their best presence is 13. No, 21. Wait, why do they have 4 people? Huh? This guy is 21. The others are 3 and 10 and 13. So 15 is plenty. Yoink the healing thing from you, shove it on him. Yoink the stat rings from these two, decide if we're giving it to the other two. That would put you up to 11. Which does matter for 2 well, it matters for 1 of them. Do I have a +3 one? No, I do not. And I'd rather the 2 healing items, so you get to have... chance to return immediately.
Edwin.
And it's not like we really get to choose our team because everyone else is sick.
Sir Gilman. Very well. Begin.
That's bullshit.
None left unscathed.
Power dunk.
Your adversary's pyre is the first
Boom.
to
Try and tempt them away from the...
a mere attempt.
from the entrance. Yep, I can... oh, come on. Less powerful dunk. Complete 3 feats of glory. Power dunk. Well done, Nightwings. My poor Alma, you've done nothing to deserve this. You have the family's courage and the family's grace, but I lack the family's strength. With the scribes watching over us, we could be victorious. That's bull. But okay. We were almost fast enough. And in fact...
My word.
we were fast enough.
Sir Gilman into flame.
One more.
Now go on, just once more.
I know. Ah, bugger. 2 for 1?
Oh. Goodbye, Edwin.
That's annoying. Well, good for you, enemy.
The orb's unclaimed again.
That's bull. So is that... Wow.
A show of glory from old Dalton's boy.
The AI is so instant at turning their aiming.
Alas for Edwin.
Zoom.
And it is done.
Okay.
The Night Wings prevail. Mayhap the scribe shall simply smite them down next time. Thus end this night's proceedings.
It seems this was not to be our night. Praise to the scribes for granting us the opportunity at all.
There is much to learn from this experience.
Master of Rites. Achieve rank 5 with anyone during the campaign. Achievement unlocked. He gets his final booster.
Be to Gol Gulathanion.
So does she.
Perhaps Jodariel finally understands what it all means. Praise be to Solium.
But not Sir Gilman. Still, he made some good progress. Everyone else gets their little experience-o-meter upgrade.
You may go now at your earliest.
So that when they do get used next, they get more experience next time. It's the way of making sure that if you just use the same team again and again, everyone else doesn't get 0 experience. It's functionally EXP share. Blah blah. The people that had getting banished sickness are better. It's time for the rite again. Alright, if you say so. Blah blah blah. Let's go. Once again, be troubled that this isn't a fast travel system. It's pointlessly time-wasty to make you do this like this. Hamatha or Hedwyn? I will go with Hedwyn. Okay. Let's go. We're running out of time for our plan, for everything. I want to do what I can to make sure as many of us get out as possible. He gains extra temporary aura buff for the next fight. We can try and push Sir Gilman up. Sure. So if we used him in another fight, he would now max out. Head up to the gate. Female bard is snarky as usual. Well, disinterested and snarky. Yep, as we said. Okay. I've travelled far and wide, beyond these lands. However, the Commonwealth I know only through word and song. I sometimes think on what life would be like out there. Maybe you would have been a farmer, maybe you would have been a sailor, maybe you would have retired, maybe you would have fought for your freedom. It sounds like a country rather set upon its ways. May your actions help bring about the future you desire. The stars burn, we get our music, big pipe organ energy.
The stars that yet remain aflame align once more over the sacred fall of Solium. 'Twas here that the 8 scribes ordained the glorious tradition in which you now participate. The glorious tradition which you and that instigator Wolfred seek to undermine. 'Tis my sincerest hope your adversaries in this liberation rite achieve instead what they desire. May the withdrawn quickly put out your pyre. Let us get on with the proceedings then.
Wait, it's a witch lady? If it's a witch lady and he's saying he wants them to have their way, then he's literally saying he wants the Cthulhu thing to come back to life. Her whole thing is that she worships Yaslak, which is essentially Cthulhu. You shall be devoured in the coming age, the age of strife, wrought down by the fell wings and the many-seeing eyes of Yaslak. Yeah, so that's just stupid. That makes the pontificating guy's speech even more stupid. He shall rise again. You are of no consequence in Yaslak's grand design. Okay, who is going to fight? Well, let's look at what the enemy is. The enemy is high presence, low quickness, high damage. And they want to be ahead of us on Pyre amount. I mean, these 3, or one of these. Do we give her another chance? No, we're gonna get you. You can go home.
Who shall strive for him?
Do I want Sir Gilman? Their weakness is they're slow, so he's not actually a terrible choice. And flappiness also feels like it would be good against them. So I'm gonna grab this and shove that on her.
Predictably decided.
Soon, Yaslak, we will release you.
Commence.
Dunk 1. Lovely. Damage and heal. Oh, big jump from Snake. Dunk. And heal. Flap, 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 flap. Oh, failure. They were too quick. Zoomy. Flap, 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 flap. Dunk. Your slack, we invoke thee. Befoul our enemies with thy blood. Oh, bugger. Oh, slightly short. Zoom! One more of those and we've won. No, flap, 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 flap. Flap, 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 flap.
There it is.
Flap OP.
The Night Wings prove their worth. Rather convincingly.
But annoying and a hassle to do. You got to keep spamming the flap button.
Thus ends the
It was much
liberation
better in its original form where you just held it down to float.
the scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
This affront against your slack has been recorded. His vengeance will darken the skies. Says crazy Cthulhu lady. We did it. Means I have to go. I have broken my vow to him that we would all go free together. My friend, why would you do this? Could you ever forgive me? Funaki, wait for me. I will never forget this. If there's anything I can do on the other side, I will find it and do it. I'll do everything I can to make sure that more of you join me back home. I won't forget this. Goodbye, my friends, until we see each other again.
Godspeed, Edwin. Perhaps the scribes are watching even now. Watching as their glorious tradition draws to a close.
So Gilman hits max level. He may get his... This knight is the epitome of indomitable spirit. He has achieved the culmination of his training. So after banishing an enemy, he deals 10 more damage. She can have her... nothing. And she also gets nothing.
Now take your execrable companion someplace else.
Oh, the orb wants us to click it. A glorious night. We've returned Hedwyn. We have little time now. The stars demand we go already. Let's look. We can have Demon Man, Fish People, or the Slack... You know what? Let's rub it in that we just beat them up and go fight them again. Let's be a bit of a rude chap. Now, in the meantime, the book wants to tell us some more. The book can't follow you if you get your freedom. There's nothing to stop you from spreading its teaching. Share what you've learnt. Just don't reveal the rites themselves or the existence of the book. Beware of those who would dare to read this book on the other side. Under the guise of seeking wisdom, may yet lurk a dark desire to undo that which we strive to do. And I'm guessing this is the one for... Yeah, for Tree Man. Tree Man wants his power up. His special item? Sure, why not? Have a go at it. See how massively unfair this one is. Oh my god, it might... Oh no, I was going to say actually be fair, but this is just her saying obey my rules. That seems like bull. I cast it on the center and it did nothing. Oh my... Move! Holy... Power dunk. Too slow, old man, on the reaction speed for dodging. Dunk. One more and we win. Oh, sucks to be me. At least we get rid of their fast person. Oh, come on, I hit dash again. Boo. Dunk win. Okay, that felt more like exploiting the AI to walk into the zone at the start than anything, but whatever. Congratulations are in order. What is his unique ability? Item thingamajig.
Serio comprare it.
He dashes 50% further. He smiles at you. Excellent work back there. Thank you for your perseverance. I'm reflecting on your fortune. Not just me, but really all of us who had the chance to stand with Hedwyn. Ours is a desperate plan. It was vital to me, should the Nightwings rise again, that it be under proper care and guidance. Hedwyn served in that capacity. Whatever is to become of all this, no doubt his presence will be missed. Blah, 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 blah. I have every faith he will strive on our behalf in the Commonwealth, and that he will find the one he sought. Pointlessly slow movement. Should be a fast travel system. The harpies mouth off at us. We play dodge 'em cars with them for a bit, bump them out of their homeland. Okay, Pamitha or... No, we will do you. Bertrude. Hime contacts us using her spirit projection. Decline with grace. Considering this area is besmirched by Cthulhu, it seems reasonable. Give her some more level up. Which gets her her next thing. No, but it gets her closer. Maybe after this fight? I sense the influence of one of our own. She is nearby, her mind corrupted, calls out screaming. Can you hear it? The witch reveres the ancient god undying and unyielding. On the land and on her consciousness, we could attempt an exorcism, for the conditions are unique and she may not be expecting it. However, 'tis a risk upon her mind and my own, although a worthwhile risk. Ooh. Ooh, this is a bit interesting. The star of your slack. Fixate upon the star, and in doing so invoke its powers. That makes the enemy really, really strong. God. Fine, but only because you've essentially forced my hand, game. I may well have to redo this fight a number of times to get a win now.
Reader, it seems the stars once more have mustered wherewithal to usher in the rites. The sky grows dimmer by the day. An age is ending. Surely you must know by now that you shall never all be free. Yet still you struggle to fulfill some senseless plan. But I digress, of course. Some of us still honor the tradition. Some of us hold dear the teachings of the scribes.
What have we here? You've returned once more to our presence. I sense one among you. Bertrude slithers forth. Foul maggot. Bertrude does not respond. That one is of little benefit to me. That one's sorceries are a pittance compared to the overwhelming might of legally not Cthulhu.
Who shall besmirch the Nightwing's name?
Okay. Well, let's look at the enemy. How much aura do they have? 19. 20. 20 is tough to beat. And yet we can do that. We can win with 21 and with 25. And they're slow, potentially, so Flappy Flappy could be good. Yeah. Who do I want to be first? I probably want Flappy Flappy as the first, so that I default control her. Then you. Then fellow Snake Lady.
Bertrude. Now.
Okay, get ready to Flappy Flappy our way to victory.
Commence. I almost pity what transpired there. All banished.
Oh, so close.
Better than that.
That's kind of bull. Dunk. Bull.
Laid plans
But whatever.
go awry.
Pathetic, as expected.
None left unscathed. That was the last of them
Dunk.
by the scribes.
Flap. Flap, flap. Oh, come on, I flapped again.
'Tis taken.
Okay.
Banished, one and all.
Flap, 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 flap.
My.
Oh, come on,
Not much to be
boo.
done whilst all are banished. Your pyre cannot take much more of that.
Ooh. Yeah, the AI is unreasonably quick at flipping between characters.
Almost.
All.
Banished, all of them.
Power dunk.
Have served her through. Banishment.
No, we're gonna have to restart. Put up with the obnoxious cutscene.
Who shall besmirch the Nightwing's name? Tamatha.
And it's undone my item equipping, annoyingly. Which it really shouldn't do. It should remember
The
it.
choice is cast. Commence. Tis taken.
Bull.
There
Die.
goes the witch Udmilda. A bit of a blunder. In honor of the
Alright.
scribes.
Big dunk. That felt like it was behind the rock, but the game says no.
The orb was
And that's
cast
bullshit.
into your pyre.
They were like exactly on the edge of the
Foul witch
zone.
Udmilda. Would that she served the scribes as faithfully
Yeah,
as the
you had finished your
monstrosity
dash.
she adores.
That's bull. Okay, power dunk.
Do you believe
Oh, let's
you
try
can
her supposedly
prevail?
turn everyone into stupid things thing. I mean, it worked.
Such wherewithal.
It turned them all into the little demon
No
things.
more than a lick of flame remains.
They're gonna get a counter. At least it's a weak one.
Was but a little splash.
Bull. Bull, but whatever. That feels like... There we go, that's reasonable. Flap, 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 flap.
And it is done. The Nightwings once again prevail. They hardly deserve.
New alliance. Prevail in a right using Jadariel or Pamitha in the campaign.
The right is ended.
How can this be? You're slack. Answer us. You observe Bertrude there, fixed in a meditative pose. Relent. Thy god has abandoned thee because they are dead. Pray to him all thou'st like, it will do you no good. Impossible. Answer us. They are permanently debuffed.
The rights do tend to teach something of trust.
Didn't actually give her her final level up, annoyingly. It almost got yours, though.
Now take your sordid business.
How are you doing? The outcome was acceptable. Take that as a compliment. So if we ever have to refight Snake Lady, she's going to take forever to come back when we do kill her. Everyone's discussing the outcome. The Lone Minstrel seeks us out. The stars are shining. Time to pick the next destination. It's immediately time for a... That was only one fight, wasn't it? Holy. Okay. Final fight for the season again. It's so quick now. It's almost about to halt. Zoomy, zoomy. Zoomy our way up to the final fight for the season. We get ramming speeded by Oralek. Blah, blah, blah. He's just Grumpy Pants. Okay. Pamatha or Volfred? No, I'd prefer Pamatha. Blah, blah, blah. When this is over, you're going to run away. Let's face it, you're probably not getting out of here. You can either live out your days under some rock, or maybe these who call you their friend, maybe they mean it. Hamatha gains extra aura during the next fight. Train up. You know what? If I give that to her, she gets her final thing for the next fight. So, yes. Unlock your if you have killed someone. If she kills someone and then dies, she comes back extra quick. Go up to the gate. Time for female bard to be snarky. Snarky and aloof. We get a letter from Hedwyn. They're safe in the Commonwealth. They were groomed to a leadership position. He refused, and the council members couldn't do anything about it, and he left. He's now working with Wolfred's agents, and the revolution grows stronger. Keep going, I'll see you soon. What a glorious example Hedwyn sets for us. May the boy's spirit infect the lot of ye as would a plague. Everyone gets extra hope for the next fight. She's snarky. We go through the usual process. Alright, let's go. How many do you think remain? Is this the last? More than one remains. So there's this one and then maybe one more. But it is time for this one. No, let's turn that back off.
Reader, I would ask that you think back for just a moment, if you please. When you first looked upon the Book of Rites, think back upon the words that it revealed. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Would that the scribes were here among us still. I would not sing your praises to them.
Obey me! I'm grumpy that you're not obeying me.
Savor this occasion. You shan't have to oblige me for much longer.
Okay, who do we fight? We fight the Tree Man. Okay, if I get escaped, I'll send many more exiles to replace me. Wow, he's moustache twirlingly evil. Wow. Okay. Who will we fight with?
Whom shall you attempt to send home?
And
this
who will we
time?
send home? Bird Girl? I don't want to lose Bird Girl, but I think we will choose Bird Girl.
Hanatha, who shall strive for her?
And then you can have... What's the rest of your team? Sir Wormington and 13-7, 13-7. So we don't really need the stat boost ring on him to, like, outrange their guys. He's not going to beat the 13s, but he will beat the 7s. Or we could go with her and the power dunking. Go the stats anyway.
Bertrude. Jodariel.
Team Big Power
It is
plus Flappy. Bird beats tree, right? Pokemon typing teaches us that Bird Lady should beat tree. Almost. Flap, flap, flap. Dunk. Zoomy and dunk. 2 more of those and we win. Ho ho, is that it now? It seems to me the scribes enjoy your company. Blah 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 blah. If the heavens are to rain and reignite your pyres, the rite shall continue. What? He gets free healing? What? That's kinda bull. And he was in the middle of our big demon's aura. Bull. Bull. Flap, 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 flap. Dunk. Come on, all of them are dead. Go, Zoomy. Dodge. Dunk. Flap, flap. Zoom, flap, flap, flap. Flap, 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 flap. Dunk. It's gonna hurt losing her. But she definitely deserves her freedom.
All three Nightwings. A rather cunning trick.
Flap, 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 flap. Flap, flap, flap.
Unfortunate.
That is such a big jump. Zoom. Zoom. Flap, 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 flap. Dunk.
Her wings have served her true.
One more and a win.
Once more like that, and we are finished here. There goes the orb.
Dunk.
And there it is, at last.
Okay.
The blasted Nightwings proved their worth. As for their adversaries,
They did not.
did not.
So rude.
Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their
Come on.
sentences.
What? This is an outrage. You have no idea what you've done, you ingrates. So, what am I supposed to give a speech? Reader darling, all of you, look, I had no idea why you picked me. Well, I do have one, but I don't think it's right. If you wanted to get rid of me, you wouldn't have need to gone to these lengths. So I'm only left to conclude that you did this for me. The years I spent down here in one sense have been such a waste. For nothing, spectacularly so. I thought my relationship with Tamitha had nowhere left to go but up. But, well, you know, it doesn't seem like it's the case. But then I think on what would have become of me had I made no attempt to set things right. Had I not done everything I have. Could I not have lived with that? I could not have lived with that, sorry, I think. I was certain my life would end down here. Now, I'm beginning to consider that the opposite may have been true instead. What I'm trying to say is thank you. To all of you, I mean it. I guess I'd better head back up to the Commonwealth. Bottoms up. Goodbye for now. She earns her freedom.
Speed, Tamitha Thane. The cycle of the rites is nearly at an end.
He almost gets a level up. And this is the last sequence. They're really quick now, so I don't mind trying to do one more. Then we find out what becomes of the rebellion. Does it succeed? Don't grieve for her. We all hope to achieve what she has someday. Blah, blah, blah. Let's get ready for the final rites. Where do the stars say to go? We can fight Demon, Bird, no, Fishman, Let's go. Someone wants to talk and the book wants to nag us. Go forth and be free. Join with others such as you and lead with mercy, continuing to demonstrate your worth and knowing that the Empire's fall formed the foundation of our Commonwealth. You shall cease to be a reader and become a voice both to the free and to your successors here. You shall take up the book when you no longer need it. The cycle of the rites shall see to it that you and others like you will be liberated. Before the coming of another age, may the stars shine ever brightly on all of us. And Bard wants to talk. Congratulations. Hammerthorpe will be grateful. She should benefit the plan. Blah, blah, blah. And he bids us to continue. We're at 75% chance of success. Let's go. Flappy mode. Zoomy zoomy. Be annoyed as always that this isn't a fast travel system by now. Okay, Bertrude or... no. I prefer you to Plantman. Let's go. Search for reagents. She finds the reagents, and you note a new talisman has appeared among your possessions. Living Flame. If you're in the lead, you do more damage. The evidence of thy travails, how brazenly they put them on display. These trinkets do stir our memories, not of the lands, but of the country whence we came. We are here because of Sandalwood. We met him within the southern bogs, he offered many courtesies, and in an exchange we found agreeable. Blah, 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 he knew where to procure things, blah, blah, blah. We collected samples from the regions of Downside. We study this place. If Molten Millith was able to traverse the Downside in its entirety an age ago, then surely it was not beyond reckoning that we could do the same. It matters not. Thou hast indulged my tales for long enough. She doesn't want to explain her backstory with Tree Man. Time to beat up Fishman for the last time. Unless he also happens to be the final fight. Blah, blah, blah. So Deluge isn't here. What, we get a default victory? So Deluge bravely runs away, or does he show up at the last minute?
Reader, the Commonwealth, your home. Today it is aflame.
Ooh,
Much
the
like
rebellion has happened?
Books. Aflame because of you. Because of your outlandish plan. Not that you care. Not that you shall live to see this place again. Your attempts at revolution shan't succeed.
I've been
Though by
told
all
that it's
means, keep
75%
trying.
chance of succeeding.
As for myself, I shall enjoy presiding over these remaining rites.
I don't like his smugness. Your adversaries have failed to show up. The rites draw to a close. Sir Deluge, you wondered whether he would give up on the rites like that. He lacks courage, though his desire to prove his competence did seem to spur him on. Yeah, we appear to have received a default victory.
Who shall besmirch the Nightwing's name?
Maybe? Now we're gonna go with Zoomy
Sir
Man.
Gilman,
You.
Jodariel,
And her.
Bertrude.
So we have a Zoomy.
Fine. Lo, even your adversaries have abandoned you. And it is done. The Nightwings prevail.
Prevail in a right in no more than 3 dousings
Not
campaign.
that their adversaries even
Achievement
care.
unlocked. So it's like meant to be an achievement for doing super power dunks where you can just go dunk. Half their health. Dunk. Almost half their health. Dunk. Win. A contest against no adversary is not a contest at all.
Teachings of the scribes.
Are you going to fully level up?
Until the next rite. If there even is to be another one.
And let's guess it's time for the final one. No one speaks. Everyone is preoccupied with the rite that is to come.
Caritas. Praetere regeratus.
The time has come to face it. Let's go. Blah, 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 blah. We will leave in the morning, as usual.
Foolish reader. Your so-called friends. You are accomplice to their hateful plot. They are exploiting you. You shall never have your freedom.
Okay, he gives us bad dreams again. Let's go. As you lift into the sky, the minstrel raises his voice. Reader, a certain olden ballad comes to mind. Sure, play the song. We get new and unique extra music, except I'm not allowed to zoomy. I'm forced to go super slowly. Please?
Just begun. Strength may break our own, but twisted make our grave. Together
Gilman? Or Jadariel?
journey shall be made.
No, I think we prefer you. I was gonna say, does the song just end there? No resolution? Okay. You beg for a prayer one final time. I have no wish to see the Commonwealth I left behind. I would rather my efforts here contribute somehow to the success of this plan. I don't address you lightly. I suspect if you're listening, then I appreciate your willingness. She gains +2 aura size for the next fight. We could give some bonus experience to you so you get your last thing. Which is she can slither farther. And is even zoomier whilst zooming. Final fight, supposedly. Is female bard still standoffish and whatnot? We get a messenger imp. It's from Pamatha. Her past transgressions were forgiven. She wanted to be reunited with her sister. They threatened her with resentencing into exile. She's now seen amongst the sons and daughters of the revolution. Blah, blah, blah. Everyone gets some extra hope for the last fight. Tariq and I, it will be time we take our rest. And then nothing, not of rights nor us until the dawn of a new age. Step forward, state your names and why you're crossing. I long for an age where freedom is one's birthright and people are not forced to contend for it. This knight's never-ending quest for honor shan't end here. He has a noble duty to uphold. I work for our common goal that we have come to share. I seek to fulfill the plan of Sandalwood, for we are fond of him and his beliefs, and then to go about our own business. Go forth with glory, except for the bard. He's forced to stay. She's a bit less of a jerk than usual. More formal, just wham bam do all the paperwork she needs to do, ma'am. We might as well spend our money on temporary buffs. All my stuff is on sale? Oh, what a mighty sale! All his goods are 5% off. Wow, just what I've been waiting for. She's gone, so I might as well sell her stuff. Same with Ruki. Same with Bay. Same with Hedwin. Okay. I like the aura buffs. Aura buff. Aura buff. Aura buff. Aura buff. Speedy buff. Come back to life buff. Spend 1,000 gold in the campaign. Big spender. Achievement unlocked. Not gonna want this. What are we gonna want? Yeah, I think I actually like... what setup? I think I like you to have the dunking thing. I like you to have the big dunking thing. And I like her to have... maybe come back to life immediately, or quickness? Quickness. Okay, and then who is going to get these potions? So, Aura... We could super stack Aura on Jadariel. I'd prefer you to come back the quickest. Anyone is going to get quicker. I'd also prefer, yeah. It's all in on her. Is there an upper limit to how much presence you can have? We will find out. Yes, 40! It caps. Her aura is going to be absurd. And you know what? That means I'm going to change this. She can have her aura whilst still holding the sphere, but she cannot attack. And that means you can instead have the other dunk equals health thing. That one's maxed. This one's maxed, so there's no point in doing anything else except more stat ups. Give her quickness. I no longer need this. Get another quickness buff. Dump them on her as well. Do I trade for the extra hope? Yes. We'll say yes. Hope buff. Hope buff. Spend them. We're all in on her for this fight. Let's go. Extra book pages that want us to be read. Blah, 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 blah. People should keep moving to reduce your risk of getting sick. Blah, blah, blah. The hot or cold weather bring their own problems. You just need to accept it and move on. Blah, blah, blah. Certain types of artifact found in this place would fetch a reasonable amount of money, whether because they shine within a light or due to other special properties. Stardust sometimes falls from the heavens. Perhaps we can make use of it. There are merchants that are not entirely disagreeable. We trade with them sometimes. Nothing else meaningful. The imps can learn. Haub insists that the imps are calling to be put to work. The imps yearn for the mines. Ay, ay, ay. Blah, blah, blah. There are different kinds of strength. The spirit is what drives us, and the body has weak impulses. Seek talismans that mean something to you. Hold on to one that you hold dear. It will reward you with your reminders of your faith, your power, your potential. Okay. Let's go.
Liberatus.
We may not have a chance to speak again. I'm grateful for having made your acquaintance. Go forth with glory. It's been a pleasure. I hope we achieve our plan. We're grateful for what you've taught us. It is an honor to have served with you.
Ceramiscus.
We'll see each other soon. Okay.
Look, for one last time, upon the fall of Solium, dear reader. Hear me for one last time. For soon, the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining days in that forsaken land.
Where you deserve to be. Wow.
All that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put
Mean.
down. The exiles whom you liberated, all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves.
The other
Each
Nightwings.
so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
Everyone is prepared. Not another word, says Orelect. The false Nightwings have arrived. My freedom was stolen from me, and I was cheated of it here atop the mountain. You may now attempt to take it from me once more. May these damn rites cease forever for the misery which they have caused. Volfred, Bertrude, Jodariel, and Sir Gilman. The pressure is too great. No, we will continue. We'll do our job.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you.
Okay, let's look at him. Oh, goddamn, he also has max aura size. No! No! I don't want you to have max aura size as well. How am I meant to win with my aura maxing strategy? Oh well.
Jodariel. Who shall lend her support?
BD,
Sir Gilman.
I'm overflowing with resolve to see Jodariel return. And
Bertrude.
Witch.
If that is all, then.
You are nothing to me. By the light of dawn, the cycle of the rites shall cease.
Alzare. Penelovale.
Begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
God, he's quick. But I'm Zoomy. First blood. Oh, that's my fault. 2, 1. Oh, come on! That should have gone over. Boo. Dunk. Get some health back. The sky rains ash. Soon your pyres... You will mingle with your pyre's ash. That's a bit mean. But we've got zoomies. Zoomy. Zoomy. Oh, so close. Come on, that should... Well, man, maybe that shouldn't have got him. It was probably a bit too far to the south. South and west. Zoom dunk. That should have stunned you, which is bullshit. Oh, come on! My aura should have been back by then. That's so bull. Whatever.
The Nightwing's adversaries have gained an edge. Almost.
Zoom. Oh, come on, so close.
Now to the flame.
That's my fault, I got too close. My fault again.
You left yourselves wide open.
I disagree with that assessment, but they definitely did score. I can't argue with that aspect. Donk! So the false Nightwings bear their fangs. You think you deserve your freedom more than I?
How he has changed, that Warlick. Grown old and bitter lo these many years. Warlick was struck.
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
Tis taken.
Oh, come on.
Wherever did the Nightwings go? Shame.
Oh.
Your adversary's pyre now burns brighter than your own. What happened there?
Dunk. Come on!
Blessed be.
Big dunk. One more and we win. All of you will rot here, as I have these many years. You cannot deny me. You who deny that liberty to all of the triumvirates you face, under the guise of the traditions of the blasted scribes, let us continue this glorious affair. Can I have my aura back, please? Any time now would be... And that's bullshit. I was over the circle. He looks back to the lick of flame that is his pyre. Boo. Yes, win!
And there it is.
Boom! Big dunk. That fight would have been so much nastier if we hadn't aura maxed her so he couldn't aura bully us.
The same cannot be said. Thus ends the liberty.
Ay, ay, ay. And what was the achievement? I missed the achievement triggering, I'm sorry. Nope, no idea. Oh well, my bad.
Right. And thus, the scribes have chosen.
We are victorious and I am grateful. Any moment now.
And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. No. Nightwings. Reader. What have you done?
What is the matter here? The shimmer pool is still. You sense a growing fear that it is too late, that it will not reveal itself again. The 8 scribes saved their greatest treachery for last. Wait. A sudden rush of starlight cascades through the stillness. The shimmer pool appears again. Different. Jadariel looks up, but it doesn't engulf her. It seems I was mistaken. The 8 scribes, it is not their greatest treachery, it is their greatest jest. It is now wide open. All are worthy now of freedom. Halt. It has lost most of its strength. You step inside, you will drown. Of that, I can assure you. We have all been cheated. No, the shimmer pool is revealed, and one may still return. But who returns, someone will have to choose, before the last light of the stars is extinguished. A final trial? It was all meaningless? The victor of the confrontation is to be the one to make the choice. Then I could still go free, or I could send the reader? Jadariel, make your decision quickly, or it will be forfeit. My decision, reader be gone, return, before I change my mind. This choice, you may keep bouncing it back and forth like this, absurd. That is the trial, and I fear there is now little time remaining. What is your will? Ooh, so... us? Jadariel again, or the guy who had it denied him earlier? I am going to give him the justice he deserves from before. What? Do you accept his choice, or shall I make another? I accept their choice and their mercy. For a moment he appears to be at peace, and then he is gone.
Godspeed, Oralek. By the scribes. No stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites. It is finished.
Good ending by being selfless?
Commonwealth. What shall become of it? What shall become of us? Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
That night, the exile Oralek returned to the Commonwealth. He was to be the last. The stars faded and the cycle of the rites ran its course. He found the Commonwealth in a state of unrest. Spurred by the efforts of 5 liberated exiles, Volfred Sandalwood's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. These exiles in the starless sky pretended the return of the scribes. The rulers of the Commonwealth pushed back. Fighting broke out in the street, in spite of Sandalwood's intention. It was then that the winged high-wing remnants chose to strike. Allegations that they were in league with Sandalwood were never proven. However, there is no denying the result of the two-pronged attack. After enduring for almost a millennium, the Commonwealth had fallen. The new Saurian Union declared its sovereignty. Among its changes, its elected leaders, ushered in, vowed never to cast people into exile. They abolished the Commonwealth decree forbidding literacy. Today, we remember all of this. We remember the exiles of the downside whose deeds led to the dawning of our age, whether they returned or not. Oh, they're all saints! True freedom. Complete your quest for freedom campaign. Tizo was the first of his kind to achieve liberty through the rites. While he was not the only imp trained in the ways of the scribe, the others didn't care for travelling abroad. Tizo had a different calling. The Nightwings believed in him, that he could play part of the plan. During the night of the scribe's return, he stood out to the populace as something of a miracle. They had only heard of the imps before, from legends. Afterwards, he became something of an icon, representing both the fall of the Commonwealth and the beginning of a new era. He would visit his friend Bay at every opportunity. She was among the few who could consistently interpret what he meant, and they were always close. Volfred Sandalwood would send him little gifts all the way from the downside. Despite the insurmountable distance between them, their friendship proved more than resilient. He missed his interactions with the reader. They had quickly built quite a rapport. He and Oralek reconciled. Oralek offered him free room and board. And that was that. Tizo liked riding his shoulders. He would often express wistful gratitude for the time conducting rites alongside the Nightwings who made these sacrifices for him. He was diligent in his role as something of a living artifact and helped interpret the messenger imps that would relay news from to and from the downside. Despite being a celebrity, he never let it go to his head. He did take full advantage of his access to the fishing industry, though. Oh, and you click them and they stop being a thing. He was instrumental in the events leading to the fall of the Commonwealth. He led a raid on a stronghold where Archjustice Androboles IX was holed up whilst fighting grew fierce. With him was one of the winged harps. Later, he got to be with his beloved, his lady friend. Their bond was vital to the peace that followed. He would often ask what happened to his old friend and thought of what they would have done in his place. Though they were separated by a great distance, they often thought of one another and maintained their friendship through the relatively frequent correspondence via messenger imp. Although he cherished all the friendships he made, he had pledged to Jadariel, Ruki, and the Reader that they would all be free again. He had broken his vow, for in the end he was not able to return them. A terrible guilt over this darkened his mood. However, the others whom he still knew lifted his spirits, much as he had often lifted theirs. or they would oft think of him. The Worm Knight Sir Gilman elected to go into exile as penance for his failure to uphold his military obligations. Earning his freedom was tantamount to erasing his shameful past. His honor was at stake, yet it became clear to him that he would not get free through the riots. He accepted the outcome, for he knew there was more on the line. He regretted not having a chance to contribute directly to the events that transpired in the Commonwealth, but was pleased to hear about their outcome. The conclusion of the riots and the fall of the Commonwealth made clear to him that his days as a knight had ended. He declared to all those in earshot he would never fight again. Unless, of course, there arose some extraordinary set of circumstances again requiring him to fight, but he certainly hoped not. He still trained regularly, never found as skilled and motivating a partner as his fleet-footed friend, Rookie Greentail, whom he remembered fondly. From time to time he would seek guidance from one of his former comrades, Big Bertrude, much his elder, and a wellspring of perspective on his life decisions. He was grateful for the counsel of the reader, who would regale him over and over again with the time they squashed the spawn of the unfathomed plurns. He wasted no time dwelling on his days under the leadership of Sir Deluge. The other Worm Knights stayed cleared of him. He never returned to his homeland, the Sea Dominion, and was content to lead a monastic life on a small residence in the hills. It was high enough to make him keep striving to conquer his fear of heights. Other than his intense daily training regimen and the occasional visit from an old companion, he was more than enough to keep him optimistic and engaged. He knew by then that honor was not something to be won, but a contract with oneself to be renewed every day. What about her? Sandra the Unseeing. One possibility is that when the lone minstrel took his leave, good day, Goka, he took the Beholder Crystal with him. By this line of reasoning, the wagon should also have been taken. Others remain skeptical that it ever existed, or that the visions that it granted were anything more than a result of an active imagination or a fever dream. The bog dwellers of the southern bogs offer yet another explanation, for they are familiar with binding enchantments. If there existed such an object in which the Sisters of the Ark had been expelled 800 years ago, the enchantment would have expired along with the light of the stars. This would have meant that Sandra and the Beyonders, what would it have meant for them is difficult to say, other than it may have meant they were finally released. Their fate remains unknown. Those exiles of the Nightwings claimed to have seen it. All spoke of her with a degree of reverence and perhaps a little fear. What about Grookey the Moustacheless? I'm so sorry, Grookey, that I didn't think you would get rid of your moustache if I had said it made you look a little bit villainous. I thought you'd shrug it off and be like, I love my moustache. After Rookie earned back his freedom, he returned to the lavish welcome ceremony in the Commonwealth, and as was the tendency for liberated exiles. It was everything he could have hoped for, and soon he was well off, surrounded in luxury and choosing between various exciting opportunities. However, he must have given in to his better judgment, as he did end up siding with the revolutionary forces as he promised. On the night of the scribe's return, he was busy barking orders to Walfred's agents as the situation grew tenser. He took well to leadership. When the dawn came and it became clear that the Commonwealth, that everyone knew would be no more, he realized many new opportunities awaited. He began a lucrative career for himself, manufacturing and selling replica merchandise inspired by the downside. He struggled to meet demand. An aspect of his conscience cautioned him against making light of such a thing, but the money was too good, and soon his family was as well off as he'd always said. One of his orders of business was to seek out his old companion, Pamitha Thane, to whom he took a liking during their quest for freedom. They bonded further over love of drink and supported each other through uncertain times. Greentail did his best to keep in touch with his many friends, and knew that he owed his fortunes to them. He made a special point of staying close with the group of friends he came to know so well during his time with the Nightwings. They shared a special understanding that put even Greentail at a loss for words. I do like that there are so many different possible outcomes here based on the order that you do the various people. I think that's quite nice, and also it looks like there are options for if you let the other people go free. For example, we have Punk Rocker Man, Having earned his freedom in the riots, Barker Ashpaws nonetheless felt distance from the society to which he had returned. He realized that he felt a longing for a different sort of freedom, closer to the one that he experienced in the downside with his packmates in the dissidents. He continued, conducting the riots just for the thrill of it. He bent some of the rules and replaced some of the objects, but it was close enough. At first, his practice was met with ridicule, but after the Commonwealth's collapse, the riots grew famous, and Barker Ashpaws found himself with a growing number of fans. Others sought to return the rights from him. What? Oh, sought to learn the rights from him, and soon he had real competition once again. In time, he forgot of his feud with Rookie Greentail and his family. For his part, Greentail stayed clear of him. Ultimately, even Barker Ashpaws, who had led such a directionless existence, found something of a calling through the riots. Whether he took the riots less seriously than any other exile, or more, is often debated by those who watched him work. I do feel a little bit guilty about not letting Honourable Doggo and Honourable Son back, but oh well. As the cycle of the riots drew to a close, it was evident that a chance at freedom from the downside had forever slipped from Good Doggo and his son's grasp. They and the exiles returned to Jamua Valley, where they struggled to get by, as exiles tend to do. Blah blah, they got news that the rebellion had happened. It brought Dagobert great joy. He had no love for the nation that cast him down. He passed peacefully in his sleep before the next new moon. He implored his son to undertake a pilgrimage to the scribes. The son never shared his father's views, but respected his wishes, so after a period of mourning, he began his journey. Not a day went by that the son didn't think of his father and give thanks to him, and speak to him at morning and at night. Would that the stars yet shone. For surely Dalbert would be among them, smiling down over his son and watching over his kin. Angry man? Lendl refused to believe that the riots had ended. He'd stare at the blank sky, hoping for another chance at freedom. He dismissed everyone else as weak fools. He was, of course, mistaken. His triumvirate abandoned him. He became known as Lendl the Liar and was never seen again. There are some who claim a bedraggled demon wanders the downside and bears Lendl's countenance that suggest he yet lives. What about dishonorable guy? So Deluge fled from the one danger only to find himself facing another. Blah 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 blah. He escaped the riots. Blah 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 blah. He is happy that there was no more burden of responsibility weighing him down. Having heard that Sir Gilman also remained behind, Sir Deluge maintained a point of avoiding him at all costs. However, they ran into each other once, riding a cold current in the Sea of Solus. The meeting was terse and cordial. Deluge ended up apologizing profusely for mistreating his fellow Worm Knight, and that was the end of it. While most of his exiles yet longed for the waters of the Sea Dominion, Deluge settled down. He remained with one of his companions, Lady Seagrass, who had taken a liking to him. They disappeared into the waters of Worm Gulf, which may begin to explain the significant increase in worm population observed in the vicinity. She returned to the Flagging Hands, sealed herself within the pit. They left her to her vile work. It erupted into flame. It could be seen from far away. A tempest blowing from the north finally quelled the flames. There was no trace of her. The remains of Yaslak are now gone. Her threats of the return of Yaslak were investigated, but there was no credence found to them. Angry Bird Sister, who was motivated by a single goal, to return to the Commonwealth and extract vengeance on her enemies. Once she realized the riots were over, she was determined to aid her people. She gathered information pertaining to the intentions of the Nightwings, who had formed a pact to regroup on the other side. Other such reports exposed certain weaknesses in the Commonwealth's defences and revealed to the High Wing remnants the opportunity for a risky but potentially impactful strike. Though she couldn't participate in the assault, she contributed to its success. She found out that other Harpies called her name as a battle cry as they swooped down on their enemies. After the fall of the Commonwealth, she learned that her sister was an accessory to the successful outcome. She was originally skeptical, but as more and more reports kept coming in, she accepted the prevailing opinion, however begrudgingly. Once a messenger imp arrived bearing a message from Pamitha. She turned it away and would not give in to the impulse to forgive. She held her hatred close to her heart. Knowing that the conflict on the other side had ended, she retreated to the cracks of Black Basin and grew ever more distant. The closest to her surmised that her inability to reconcile with her sister was at the heart of it, though for her part she never admitted to this weakness. What about McRichpants Evilton? Manly Tinderstaff, once he realized the rites was ended and there's no way for him to get back, he was outraged! Outraged, I say! He cursed the scribes, spewing forth such hideous blasphemy as to become unbecoming of one of his high status and bearing. When at last he calmed down, he focused his energies on attempting to find another means of getting home. He maintained regular contact with his wealthy family via Messenger Imp, and used their resources to explore other means of escape. He tried using an elaborate pulley system, a hot air balloon, an imp-powered raft, even prayer. Nothing worked. There was only one way to escape, and it was gone. He bankrupted his family with these attempts. At last, such was his shame that he retreated to the Black Basin and to Cinderroot. There he yet wallows, complaining to his comrades that will still put up with him, about his misfortune or the latest news from the other side. Once it became clear to Ignarius that the rites were drawing to a close, he knew what it was time for, and the Tempers to call it quits. But first he decided to celebrate, and that they did for many, many nights. Their revelry eventually subsided, the exiles parted amicably, and went their separate ways. He roamed the downside, searching for some meaning to his life, sometimes taking odd job requests requiring his brute strength. One day he ran into Jadariel, and without the pressure of the rites, they hit it off. She denied ever enjoying his company, and yet they never left each other's side. No. Though his glory days as the most powerful conductor of the rites has long since passed, he always enjoyed a fearsome reputation that he had cultivated during that time. In the aftermath of the final liberation rite, Oralek at last returned to his nation, one he had not seen in nearly 2 decades. He scarcely recognized it. It was in the midst of transformation, a social and cultural upheaval sparked by Sandalwood's plan. When Oralek witnessed the people of the Commonwealth gathered in solidarity under the black sky on the night of the scribe's return, he looked on in silence for a time. Then the high-wing remnants descended, and a panic quickly spread among those gathered, and a pitched battle erupted in the streets. It was chaos. He observed it all and then took a step towards the fray. He knelt beside the closest injured man, staunched his bleeding, set an injured leg, and pulled him to a safe corner of the street. His abilities as a physician had not left him. Thus did he aid as many as he could throughout the night, until the danger had passed. History would know him as the Demon Doctor, a term of endearment that stuck even after his horns receded. He lent his skill and service throughout the birth of the Saurian Union. The one he had called the Shadow of the False Nightwings was someone whom he thought of often. He knew he owed them his freedom. Having witnessed the aftermath of Sandalwood's plan, Oralek understood at last what his former companion had wanted. Years ago they conceived a version of the plan. He wished Sandalwood could be present to witness its reality. Oralek later reunited with Tizo, who took up residence with him in some ways similar to how they lived in olden times. The imp always enjoyed his company. Alone with his thoughts, he would sometimes visit the memorial to the fallen leaders of the Commonwealth. Though, other than such appearances, and notwithstanding his duties as Master Physician of State, he led a private life. Few would have guessed that he was one of the most accomplished rite conductors in the history of the Nightwings. History, of course, shall ensure we don't forget. What about Bird Girl! After regaining her freedom, she found herself in a difficult position. Having betrayed her people, she knew she would not be welcome in her native home. She couldn't trust the Commonwealth either. She found her place among Sandalwood's agents, doing her part to fulfill the plan. It took unexpected turns, but in the end resulted in the outcome Sandalwood had envisioned. It was fortunate that the Highwing Revenants arrived when they did on the night of the Scribe's return. Pamitha denied any involvement or foreknowledge of this. She played an active part in negotiations between the Highwing Remnants and the new nation. Her previous attempt at something of the sort led to her exile. She must have felt satisfaction to achieve success this time around. She had an unexpected run-in with Rookie Greentail, with whom she had spent a fair amount of time while travelling with the Nightwings. Under these new set of circumstances, the two had more to talk about and a lot more in common. They would often put to the test who was able to outdrink the other. It is unclear as to which prevailed in the end. One day she received an invitation to return to the Highwing Remnants, when she was to be pardoned. She held out hope that she might see her sister there, knowing full well that Tamitha did not regain her freedom. She later learned that Pamitha was welcomed back by her people. However, she never responded to her sister's attempt to contact her. Pamitha in turn did not expect forgiveness. She kept on trying to reach out and said, as she said, to ruffle up her feathers just a bit. When asked, she admitted she thought she had no home to call her own. This was during an interview conducted amid an extensive trip abroad, for she had travelled thousands of leagues beyond the bounds of the Saurian Union. Pamitha continued to journey thusly, citing that it reminded her of when she was younger and could fly unfettered. Jadariel? She journeyed back to the Downside Prairie, where she helped restore Hollowroot to livable conditions. She became well known and feared throughout the land, and many exiles often sought her aid for various matters. She refused most jobs except those she believed to be just. Throughout all of this, she often thought of Hedwyn. Though they remained separated by an impossible expanse, they managed to maintain some correspondence via Messenger Imp and remained friends. She often felt concern for how Bay fared, now that they were separated and could no longer see each other. One day, news reached her that Bay had assumed the position of the 8th Word. They were calling her a saint. Jadariel had not wept in more than 30 years before that day. Oh, there's some feels. Sometime later, she ran into Ignarius wandering alone. The two of them grew close and took up residence together. Who of the two of them was fiercer is a common subject of debate. She continued training, a regimen that grew stricter with each passing year. There were those who sought to train with her, and sometimes she obliged. There remained one constant in her life. She would always remember her day among the Nightwings, with fondness for the most part. The Commonwealth had never provided a sense of home for the one they called Bay the Bloodless, so she was surprised on her return that she was so well treated. She felt uneasy and besides knew that she would do her best to fulfill the pledge she had made to her friends. Even she could not have expected the impact she would have on the events that followed, which gave rise to the Saurian Union. Bay stood with the others on the night of the Scribe's return. She didn't take up arms, but spoke of the Scribes with conviction and sincerity. Others were so caught off guard that it helped quell the danger of the situation. After the fall of the Commonwealth, there was renewed interest in the legend of the 8 Scribes and many new interpretations of their histories and teachings. She found herself at the center of all of it. Her way of speaking continued to compel a growing... She became a cult leader to compel a growing audience. She swayed many people from their astralist beliefs. Soon, the 8th Word, which has lost favor with the people during the reign of the Commonwealth, sought her out and asked her to formally join. She did. Among her friends, she remained closest with Tizo, who more than anyone could always make her laugh. Though they couldn't see each other for long, Bay often thought of Jadariel and spoke to her as though she was there. Bay tried never to make a decision without first consulting her idea of what would Jadariel say. She was devoted to her faith and to her friends. Many people of the Saurian Union cited that her gentle manner and unwavering conviction helped them brave the challenging times with courage and grace. After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, the lone minstrel bade the remaining Nightwings take the Black Wagon and seek their fortunes elsewhere in the Downside. Their parting was heartfelt but brief. He remained at the summit with Celeste, where the two of them would chronicle the final outcome of the cycle. Neither Tariq nor Celeste were ever seen again. All we know now is that this song is attributed to them. Some claim the songs originated in the taverns of the Saurian Union, and were merely imbued with the wake of folklore. However, exiles liberated from the downside corroborated each other's claims at having met this duo that presided over the liberation rites. Another folktale suggests that the minstrels were heralds of the scribes, and having fulfilled their obligations, departed the world we know and rejoined their patrons. One of their famous songs describes another simpler outcome, that the two gave up their duties to the rites in favor of a life that they could... Oh, she finally stopped being so... pushing him away? In that case, they are likely to remain the subject of such verses and such songs, for it was they who watched over the rites and ushered in our new time. When the cycle of rites ceased turning, Sandalwood turned towards the starless sky and closed his eyes in prayer. It was all that he could do. He aspired to assemble with liberated exiles representing... What? He aspired to assemble with liberated exiles representing each of the 8 largest ethnic groups composing the population of the Commonwealth. Maybe they mean he literally aspired to assemble? He wanted to become part of a group? But otherwise the grammar of that sentence is clunky and doesn't quite seem like a proper sentence. They would stand together as a vision of the 8... Okay, it is literally assemble people. Returned, inspiring the masses to embrace an older set of values from before the Commonwealth had tightened its grip. With the rites ending sooner than expected, this scenario became impossible. His own freedom was now forfeit, but the plan did have contingencies. Word reached him on the night of the scribe's return that several of his fellow liberated Nightwings stood together, their voices echoing through the streets. It was vital to him that this stand against the Commonwealth be peaceful in nature, but it proved to be untenable, especially after the Highwing remnants appeared. There was speculation that their well-timed assault may not have happened by coincidence, though Sandalwood denied any involvement and regretted the bloodshed. Nonetheless, the main thrust of the plan had been achieved. He kept busy after that as much as possible, providing counsel from afar to those who would be at the forefront of the birth of the Saurian Union. Of course, being stranded in the downside meant that there was only so much that he could do. Resting assured that the future of the nation was in capable hands, he turned his attention to the remaining exiles in the downside. They might never return to the new nation, but at least they could experience its triumphs and struggles in some vicarious way. So he took to his old work, writing and printing. As literacy began to spread throughout the Union, so too did exiles of the downside take to it. For his part, he helped teach as many as he could. More than that, he provided the material to read, a semi-annual report about the latest events both in the Union and the downside. This periodical gave many exiles something to look forward to. He welcomed the company of the reader of the Nightwings at every opportunity and counted them as a trusted friend and keen editor. He was pleased to hear that his one-time friend, Aurelak, had once more become a productive part of society, yet spoke little of their time together. He gained more fame throughout the land for his sacrifices and his contributions. It is said he remained steadfast about 2 things. The first was that the cause itself ought to remain in focus. The freedom that the people have achieved was a gift to be cherished, a set of values that needed to be nurtured. The second point was that he himself had little to do with the outcome. He would often praise the exiles of the Nightwings who had stood with him, each in turn by name, and never forget any of them. One day, to commemorate his birthday, the people of the Union unveiled a monument depicting him and the Nightwings as imagined in their prime. While he didn't learn of it until much later, it was said he was moved to tears by the gesture. It is since ensured that those of us with memories more fallible than that of Sandalwood remember the achievement of his fellow former exiles. What of the annoying shopkeep? What of Tingle? With the rights drawn to a close, the slug market's revenue fell precipitously, and Falcon Ron was forced to liquidate his assets and close up shop. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those of an entrepreneurial leaning, this time of hardship led to an epiphany, or at least a change of fortune. He had a run-in with a messenger imp bearing news from the other side. He gave it one of his remaining trinkets that couldn't be sold. The following week, the messenger imp returned to him bearing a tidy sum of wealth in newly minted coinage from the Union. He cut a long-term deal with the imp then and there. Though his trade remained a grey area from a legal standpoint in the Union, the fame of the downside caused Falcon Ron's goods to explode in popularity. He signed an elaborate agreement with Big Bertrude and found a distribution partner on the other side through Rookie Greentail, whose own business had expanded. Especially in the Union, Falcon Ron's goods are still known for their superior quality, though he assumes no liability for any side effects. And finally, Gertrude. Several exiles of the Nightwings cared more for the plan of Sandalwood than to return home from the downside. The crone called Big Bertrude was a prime example. She'd found a suitable environment to live within the dismal region known as the Flagging Hands. She'd built up a thriving place of business known to many exiles of the land. With the rites having ended, she returned to her preoccupations, working away almost as though nothing had even happened. When one gets to be more than 400 years old, perhaps even the monumental events, such as the culmination of the riots or the collapse of the Commonwealth, seem but trifling matters. Much of her effort was doubtless due to the influence of Sandalwood, someone whom she admired for decades. He had made clear that he could not requite her feelings, but what could have been a hurtful dismissal led only to a deeper understanding between them. By and large, Bertrude kept focus on her work, whether casting small enchantments or imbuing talismans. The work brought her a sense of purpose. In the Commonwealth, such services were strictly forbidden, but in the downside, there was a need for such simple luxuries, which the competing slug market could not always provide. Thus, Bertrude continued to live to her name, and the tales of her days with the Nightwings made her that much more a living legend. There is one more account which warrants mention. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known of him. Some accounts begin to paint a picture. Of common birth, directionless, prone to misremembering. The journey to the downside left them close to death. The Nightwings found them. They brought them back from the brink, and he showed them the path, onwards with others. He made a vow to help his friends be free. Thus did the cycle of the rites commence its final time. When the final rite arrived, the reader's freedom was at stake. In the end, however, they remained in exile. From that point on, accounts of them diverge. It is said the voice, which troubled him, was never heard again. Some say he helped improve the lives of the other downside exiles. Though whether it's true, only he knows. Perhaps someday the reader's own star shall emerge. Then it shall pierce the dark of night in all its brilliant glory. Until then, and ever after, all of us give thanks.
The journey began on a barren waste where the reader arrived, afraid and alone. When he arrived, the book of rites awakened the Nightwings and ignited the flame. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in our brain till the end. We sing of the last of the Nightwings who, having broken the cycle, shall live on in song. Headwind prevailed and strode the
Oh my god, that art of Rookie. Oh, good lord.
He has found his way home.
I'm assuming this is concept art. Okay, roll credits.
She remained till the end.
Rookie Greentail
Interesting that this...
proved his worth and returned to his family.
Yeah. This song must be different
Raise of the scribe.
depending on which people you get free. That's pretty amazing.
Stars bound together, strands in a braid till the end.
Like, that would need... You'd need to do a lot of work for that.
The moon-touched girl hears the scribes in the world all around her. They have guided her home.
Her and the imp gone fishing.
Tizo prevailed, first of his lowly kind, to ascend from the downside. He has found a new home.
Sir Gilman the Bold, duty bound to honor the Nightwings. He remained till the end.
Paramount the Thane, having pleased the scribe, seeking only for
Where are her wings?
she has found her way home.
They follow the stars bound together,
Strands in a braid till the end. Bound together, spirits tender, strands unbroken, scribes awoken.
the great mastermind, Wolfred Sandalwood, saw his plans turn to action. He remained till the end. The bog dweller Bertrude kept their foes at bay with her finest enchantments. She remained till the end.
The tuba.
The reader at last made the Nightwings whole, having bound them together. He remained till the end. They follow the stars bound together, strands in a braid till the end. They follow the stars bound together, strands in a braid till the end. Now at the end, as we bid farewell and return to the stars, we shall find our way home. We shall find our way home. We shall find our way home.
Rude wasn't in that scene. Am I meant to be doing something? Okay, no. The end. Turn to main menu. True Nightwing campaign mode unlocked. Press X to return to main menu. New Game Plus unlocked. Yeah, for players who have finished the base campaign. You must use some of the extra difficulty thingamajigs. You need more experience to level up. You can't redo fights. Yeah, this is New Game Plus plus Iron Man. But there is one thing that is slightly easier. You get the bonus optional objective things for the fights unlock earlier. Anyway. So, things that game did really well. Absolutely fantastic music, right? Cannot complain about the quality of the music. All the way through, individual characters, the different themes for the fights in the different locations. Things like the main menu music and the end, the credits music and the credits song having different lines depending on what the different outcomes were for the story. Absolutely S+ rank music. It's very pretty, it's got a good style and it uses it well throughout in terms of graphics. I liked the characters, mostly. It does a fairly good job of giving you some good big feels throughout the story. There are some times where the dialogue's a bit iffy, and the, dialogue choices you make yourself are a bit meh. But, on the whole, I'd say it does well enough there. It's above average there. The bits that are good are more than good enough to make up for the bits that are a little bit not so good. The actual gameplay, the difficulty level is, fairly low for the first 2 seasons of the game, and then it suddenly spikes and stays pretty silly high for the rest of it. I don't think it does at all a good job of scaling its difficulty curve well. And that was only playing on, the normal difficulty, and for the last half of the game we weren't playing with the optional bonus difficulty things that earn you extra experience. Although once you got up to full experience, there'd be no reason to do that anymore, so it's probably just a way to power level early and then it's wasted? Maybe it helps you get more money or something? It does have some gameplay issues. It really feels like you should play with controller, but it doesn't accept my controller exists. It feels like you should be able to control and move more than one of the characters on the field at the time. It's got issues with the camera at times. We've had the enemies be able to be casting attack spell, attack wave, energy wave at us from off screen because the camera was not zoomed appropriately to show both us and all the enemies. When you unlock some of your special power-ups, the way that the character controls can change and become clunkier, like with the flappy, flappy, flappy bird girl. And the way that the AI plays against you mostly just feels like the AI has instant reaction speed and times rather than playing in a human way. So you feel like the losses against it are unfair because it's not playing like a person. Now, part of that is just, you gotta get gooder. Old Man Blobber cannot play high-speed reaction sports ball game well enough. But I think that would only get worse at the higher difficulties. It would be more and more instant reaction speed, instant, constant lock-on aiming for you. So I don't think the sports ball combat component of the game is especially good. I would say that it is substandard. But the other aspects make up for it enough that I'd be willing to give that a, It's above so-so. It's definitely alright. It's also got some replay value. You can play multiplayer versus an actual another person. That's pretty nice. And it's got replayability of the campaign mode with all the different difficulties and whatnot. There's a fair bit of a game there for what it is. I had a reasonable enough time playing it. I'm certainly happy to have done so. Thank you for joining me for it. Work out what we play next time. For now, peace. Those of you here live... Ho ho! Ooh, but now I have choices to make. Who will we raid you into? I'm going to go with Cal, who is doing his annual Eternal Eyes playthrough. Eternal Eyes, the game that he's playing, is a PS1 game that is a mix of sort of Pokemon and turn-based tactics a la Fire Emblem or Advance Wars. You collect monstery things, which you use to conduct Fire Emblem-esque turn-based tactics combat, except that the monsters also RPG-style level up and stat up and stuff. So, hopefully you enjoy that. Tomorrow is it Friday? Tomorrow is Friday. We should be embarking upon the first of Final Fantasy V. And one final reminder that Saturday, myself and Miss Morrigan Nightshade will be starting the next of our Senior Detectives Let's Play series with Bear With Me, a game about a noir teddy bear. It looks potentially quite good. We'll see if there's as much combat as there was to Sherlock Chapter 1. And if there is, whether I can do any better than Maury. For now, cheers all. Catch you. Enjoy your time with Cal. Happy New Year's all, if you didn't get it from me earlier.